Chapter 1467. Bang! Bang! The heavens and the earth shook as the world exploded. The fist light that went against the heavens and the earth illuminated the sky, creating hundreds of beautiful sceneries. The stars that fell from the sky were all turned into ashes by Yi Xian's fist light. Let's see how capable you are. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and the heaven-punishing halberd appeared in his hand. He wore the Nirvana battle armor and the heaven-burying radiance revolved around him. Even the chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds that he hadn't used for a long time appeared. Let's fight. At this moment, Yi Xian's essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. He even erupted with all of his strength as he charged towards the goddess sect leader. This was because he really wanted to see if he could fight against an expert like the goddess sect leader with all of his strength. Goddess of Shock. The goddess sect leader's expression changed slightly. She wore a pair of silver-white gloves on her hands, and the resplendent treasure light was extremely dazzling. It was obvious that this was her protective weapon. Her jade-like hands directly smashed towards Yi Xian. Clang! 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 The halberd swept across the sky and destroyed the world. Yi Xian thrust the heaven-punishing halberd forward. The goddess sect leader didn't fall into a disadvantageous position and continued to counterattack. It was unknown what the silver-white gloves were made of, but they weren't damaged at all. Bang! Bang! Following two muffled sounds, Yi Xian's halberd landed on the goddess sect leader's shoulder while the goddess sect leader's palm landed on Yi Xian's body. Both of them were sent flying at the same time. No one knew who won or lost. Boom! At the same time, both of them were sent flying back. However, before they could continue fighting, Scarlet Witch appeared in front of them and knelt down before the goddess sect leader. Martial Ant Qingxue, stop fighting. I'll go back with you, Scarlet Witch said with a pale face. No one knew her martial ant better than Scarlet Serpent Witch. Her martial ant Qingxue was known as the person with the strongest aptitude in the history of the goddess sect. Furthermore, she had a domineering temperament and no one could go against her will. Hongwuan, I have been giving you chances, but look at what you've done all these years. For that man, you betrayed your sect and even killed Senior Sister. If it weren't for the fact that Senior Sister wanted me to spare your life, how could you have survived until now? The fairy sect leader's expression was cold and intimidating. Her gaze toward Scarlet Witch was filled with disappointment. Martial Ant, Hongwuan was wrong. At the mention of her teacher, Scarlet Serpent Witch's eyes turned red. She couldn't stop her tears from falling down and kept on kowtowing to the goddess sect leader to beg for forgiveness. You killed your own master, fellow disciples, and betrayed our sect. Each of these crimes is enough for you to die thousands of times, but you did it just for a man. Do you know that this isn't just a disgrace to you, but also the greatest disgrace to our goddess sect in history? The fairy sect leader shouted angrily and raised her 5 fingers. She couldn't wait to kill the Scarlet Serpent Demoness on the spot. Martial Ant, please kill me. Scarlet Witch raised her head. Her eyes had lost all signs of life. She only wished for death. Huff. The goddess sect master lowered her 5 fingers and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The killing intent on her body also dissipated. I won't kill you because I promised Senior Sister to let you live. However, you have to pay for the sins you've committed and the humiliation you've brought to the goddess sect. I will personally suppress you under the goddess mountain and make you repent for your sins for eternity. Chi. A golden rope shot out from her hand and instantly bound Scarlet Serpent Witch. However, the goddess sect leader's eyes dimmed. Back then, she loved this martial niece of hers the most in the goddess sect. However, Scarlet Serpent Witch had committed a grave mistake and she had to atone for it. Boom! The goddess sect leader didn't even look at Yi Xian. She was about to leave with Scarlet Witch. However, before she could do anything, Yi Xian quietly blocked her way. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have to say that you're able to contend with me when you're only in the Tao integration realm. This really does shock me. Not to mention the northern region, even in the Grand Central region, people like you are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. You're completely capable of competing for the title of strongest of all ages in the next Yuan Hui. I don't want to offend someone like you. When you step into the immortal realm, I won't be your match either. However, you're not my match now. This is a family matter of my sect. I hope you won't interfere. The goddess sect doesn't want to have a grudge with someone like you. The goddess sect leader frowned. This was the first time in her life that she had lowered her stance. Yi Xian had given her too much shock. Yi Xian wasn't someone she could offend. If she really offended Yi Xian, she would definitely be punished in the future. This wasn't something she wanted to see. However, she had to take Scarlet Witch away. This was related to the reputation of the goddess sect and the last request she made to her senior sister. You're a soft-hearted person. I think you just want to save Scarlet Witch, right? Yi Xian put away his halberd and the Nirvana armor. His aura gradually dissipated as he looked at the goddess sect leader with a profound gaze. Dao friend, what are you trying to say? The goddess sect leader was startled, but she pretended to be calm. The war between the three sects will affect a lot of places. You want to bring Scarlet Witch back to the goddess sect because you don't want her to be involved in this conflict. You're even more afraid that she will die because of this war. Yi Xian spoke frankly. He paused for a moment before continuing, speaking of which, it's a bit laughable. With fellow Taoists' cultivation, it's almost impossible for her to meet a match in the northern region. If you really wanted to capture Qi Lian back to the goddess sect, she wouldn't have been able to escape for so many years. However, you're worried about the reputation of the goddess sect, so you issued a kill order for Scarlet Witch. This is also a show for outsiders. In fact, you've always been concerned about Scarlet Witch. Am I right? The goddess sect leader had a complicated expression after hearing Yi Xian's words. However, she still nodded. Dao friend is right, but so what? I can promise you that I will take Qi Lian away, but the humiliation of the goddess sect is still there. Don't tell me that you don't want to wash away this humiliation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Dao friend, what do you mean? The goddess sect leader didn't understand. I once asked Scarlet Witch about what happened back then. She killed her master and stole the scriptures for that man. She even slaughtered many of her fellow disciples before rebelling against the goddess sect. However, she was bewitched by that man back then, so she did such a crazy thing. By the time she woke up, it was already too late. All of this was caused by that man who bewitched her. So, that man is the real source. If he didn't plant a bewitching spell on Qi Lian, none of this would have happened. Don't tell me that fellow Taoist doesn't want to find this man. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You know where he is? The goddess sect leader asked in shock. Extremely cold killing intent flashed across her eyes. How could she not know the secret from back then? She had been investigating that man all these years, but she couldn't find any clues at all. If he didn't bewitch Scarlet Witch, she wouldn't have ended up like this and the goddess sect wouldn't have been humiliated. Thus, only by killing this man would she be able to wash away the shame of the goddess sect. This was not only Scarlet Witch's obsession, but also the goddess sect leaders. I naturally know who he is, but his identity isn't ordinary. I wonder if Dao friend is willing to work with me. Yi Xian had a strange smile on his face. Who is he? Almost at the same time, the Celestial Maiden sect leader and the Scarlet Witch asked in unison. Their venomous and hateful gazes caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. If this woman hated a man, she could do anything. Let me tell you slowly, a layer of mist covered the peak so only the three of them could hear Yi Xian's voice. Half a day later, the clouds and mist dissipated. The goddess sect leader bowed to Yi Xian with a smile on her face, then turned around and left with the Scarlet Witch. No one knew what Yi Xian said to the two of them, but their eyes were filled with viciousness as they left. This was because the knot in their hearts that had been troubling them for many years would be resolved soon. A mysterious smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he watched the goddess sect leader and Scarlet Witch leave. Everything is ready except for the east wind. This is getting more and more interesting. Yi Xian murmured. Chapter 1468. Damn it. Yi Tian, you've gone too far. Bang! Inside Tongming Palace, the Tongming sect leader slammed the table in front of him into pieces. His eyes were so vicious that it seemed as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Anyone who looked at him would feel a chill run down their spine. Senior brother, control your emotions. Tongming Saintess reminded. Control? How? Tongming sect master raged. Yi Tian, that brat, has gone too far. He doesn't put you and me in his eyes at all. Instead, he wants all of our assets. If I don't skin him alive, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Tongming's heart was about to explode from anger, and his entire body was in an extremely berserk state. To think that he, the dignified sect master of a generation, was actually humiliated by Yi Xian in such a manner. How could he not hate him to the extreme? People have no choice but to lower their heads when they're under someone else's roof. Now is the crucial moment of the battle between the three sections. No matter what, we have to endure it. Once we get the heaven-shattering cauldron, it won't be too late to settle the score with this brat, Tongming Saintess said. Junior sister, can't you tell? This brat is an ambitious wolf. Even if I give him everything he wants, I'm afraid that he will backstab us in the back. Tongming sect master said in a sinister voice. If giving all of Tongming sect's assets to Yi Xian was enough to destroy the two sects, Tongming sect master would definitely fulfill his promise. However, Tongming sect master could see that Yi Xian was not a kind person. How could he sincerely help Tongming sect? He probably wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger show its head. He was planning to scheme against the heaven-shattering cauldron. No one was a fool, and Tongming sect master was not one. The news of the heaven-shattering cauldron was sent by Yi Xian. If Yi Xian did not have any ulterior motives, Tongming sect master would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Tongming sect master was well aware that Yi Xian was the one who instigated the war between the three sections. From the beginning, he knew that it was Yi Xian's scheme, but he still initiated the war between the three sections. This was because the heavenly shattering cauldron was indeed in the hands of the North Dark sect. This was an indisputable fact. Even though he knew that Yi Xian was instigating a war between the three sects to give the Northern Region Celestial Court a chance to rise, Tongming tacitly allowed it. This was Yi Xian's naked scheme. However, it now seemed that Yi Xian's appetite was too big. Not only did he want all of the dark cult's assets, but he also wanted to meet the other two great cult's masters. And, he also wanted to set out the same conditions. Senior brother, you are right. This person is ambitious and scheming. I am really afraid that we will only benefit him. Tongming Saintess said. This Yi Tian is already powerful. We can't let him continue to grow. I think we should have a good talk with the North Dark sect and Fairy sect. Tongming sect master pondered for a long time and finally made a decision in his heart. Senior brother, what do you mean? Tongming Saintess's beautiful eyes lit up. Kill Yi Xian first and destroy his Northern Region Celestial Court. I believe the Fairy sect and North Dark sect also have the same idea. However, the three sects have been in a deadlock for a long time. This is why that brat Yi Xian is free and unfettered until now. Instead, he is restricting us. Tongming sect master said viciously. But senior brother, without the help of Yi Tian's Northern Region Celestial Court, how are we going to obtain the heavenly shattering cauldron? Tongming Saintess frowned. Don't worry. I have never placed my hopes on that brat Yi Tian. I have already sent a message to someone. He is on his way. As long as that person arrives, with the three of us working together, we can definitely obtain the heavenly shattering cauldron. Tongming sect master said confidently. Senior brother, who did you invite? Tongming saintess was startled. Old devil, Bei Mang. Tongming sect master spoke word by word. However, when the saintess heard his words, her body trembled. Her beautiful eyes under the black veil were filled with shock. Senior brother, are you crazy? You actually want to cooperate with that ancient devil? Don't you know that old devil Bei Mang doesn't recognize anyone? If he betrays us, we will be attacked from both sides. Tongming saintess refuted. Junior sister, you are overthinking. Although old devil Bei Mang is sinister and cunning, he is also extremely greedy. Although I have told him about the heavenly shattering cauldron, I am only using him to deal with the fairy sect master. With his help, we can definitely obtain the heavenly shattering cauldron. Tongming sect master said in a low voice. Senior brother, you are asking a tiger for its skin. Don't forget what happened to Nine Mountains loose cultivator. Tongming saintess said in a deep voice. This. Tongming sect master's expression changed when Nine Mountain and the other two were mentioned. This was because Nine Mountains loose cultivator was defeated by old devil Bei Mang. Even his source world was destroyed. Moreover, Nine Mountains loose cultivator was an existence that opened the third gate of heaven. From this, one could see how terrifying old devil Bei Mang was. We can't care so much now. We can only stake everything on this one throw. However, before old devil Bei Mang arrives, we should ease the situation between the three sects and join forces with the other two sects to destroy that brat Yi Tian and his celestial court. Only then can we get rid of any worries. Tongming sect master said in a sinister voice. All right. Tongming saintess nodded slowly. Since things had developed to this point, they could only continue. However, she was too worried about old devil Bei Mang. This person was someone that even the three sects were afraid of. Indeed, old devil Bei Mang was alone. However, he was able to rampage freely in the northern region. This was definitely related to his cultivation base. However, it was more because he had no taboos. Even if the three sects encountered him, he would still dare to kill them. On the other hand, the three sects did not dare to offend him. After all, he was alone. Moreover, he was a terrifying existence that opened the third gate of heaven. All along, the three sects had turned a blind eye to old devil Bei Mang. However, Tongming sect master had told him about the heaven-shattering cauldron and even cooperated with him. This was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. 3 days later, Little Cold Mountain. Tongming sect master and Tongming saintess sat cross-legged on the mountain peak as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. After an incense stick's worth of time, ripples appeared in the void. Several figures quietly appeared on the mountain peak. They were sect master Bei Mang, fairy sect master, and the others. The Dark North sect master was handsome, and the two grand elders followed behind him. The fairy sect master was still alone, and when they arrived, the Dark North sect master and the grand elder slowly stood up, and a smile appeared on their faces. Fellow Taoists are indeed punctual. Tongming sect master cupped his fists and greeted the two sect masters. Cut the crap. Why did you ask us to come here? Sect master Bei Mang's expression was cold. He did not give Tongming sect master any face at all. After all, the war between the three sects was initiated by Tongming sect master. The war between the three sects that had lasted for 100,000 years had caused great losses to Dark North sect. Our three sects are not friends. Are you trying to play some tricks by asking us to come here together? Fairy sect master said coldly. Chapter 1469. Ha ha ha. Tongming sect master laughed loudly and said, Fellow Taoists, there is no need to be so hostile. Although we have always been at odds with each other, we can be considered old friends. Today, I invited you two here because I have something to discuss with you two. Speak. Dark North sect leader said coldly. Tongming sect leader didn't mind the cold expression of the two sect leaders. He coughed lightly and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's not beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. That brat Yi Tian instigated a war between our three sections. He wants to be the fisherman who benefits in the end. He even threatened my Tongming sect to give him all our assets. I believe you two have the same experience as me, right?" Tongming sect leader said solemnly. So what? Dark North sect leader narrowed his eyes. Dark North, do you know that the information about the heavenly shattering cauldron was given to me by that brat Yi Tian? His intentions are terrible. He wants to instigate a war between our three sections. This way, his orthodoxy won't be annihilated by our three sections. He wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He wants all three of us to suffer. In the end, he'll be the only one who benefits. Tongming sect leader pretended to be angry. What are you trying to say? The fairy sect leader said slowly. Tongming sect leader was delighted when he saw that the two sect leaders had calmed down. He took a step forward and said, "Fellow Taoists, although our three sects are enemies, we're not fools. If we fight to the death and let that brat Yi Tian reap the benefits, I don't think you two would want to see that happen, right? You want to join forces with us to kill Yi Tian and destroy his northern region celestial court?" Dark North sect leader said. That's right. Tongming sect leader said hatefully. That brat Yi Tian is too much. Our three sects have been fighting for many years. He wants to take advantage of the chaos to threaten us. Why don't we kill him together? After that, our three sects will fight with our own strength. It's better than letting him take advantage of us, right? Good idea. I have the same idea. Dark North sect leader nodded slowly. This Yi Tian is indeed cunning. Killing him first will remove the hidden danger of our three sections. The fairy sect leader nodded in agreement. Tongming was overjoyed when he heard the two sect leaders' words. He was afraid that the two sect leaders would reject him. However, it seemed like he was overthinking things. Alright, with the four of us who have opened the third gate of heaven, we will be able to destroy the northern region celestial court in less than an incense's worth of time. That Yi Xian should also be killed on the spot. Sage Tongming said coldly. This Yi Tian is too stupid. He actually wants to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's kill him first. That way, we can get rid of the hidden danger of our three sections. Dark North sect leader agreed. Fellow Taoists, let's set off. Tongming sect master laughed heartily. He never thought that things would go so smoothly, and this made him so excited that he spoke. A streak of rainbow light appeared beneath his feet as he soared into the sky. Clearly, he was going to charge towards the northern region celestial court and grind Yi Xian's bones into dust. Rumble. Dark North Hierarch brought the two grand elders and rose into the sky. Goddess sect leader also rose into the sky. Tongming Saintess also rose into the sky. However, Dark North Hierarch and the other two Grand Elders kept Tongming Saintess and Dark North Hierarch apart. The entire process was very natural. Fellow Taoists, after we kill that brat Yi Tian, Tongming sect leader said excitedly. However, before he could finish his words, the following scene caused him to be completely shocked and enraged. Die. Rumble. An earth-shattering killing intent rang out from Dark North sect leader's mouth. A great art of cold heaven shot out from his hand, targeting the defenseless sage Tongming sect leader. Moreover, this was not the end. The two sect leaders also attacked the sage Tongming sect leader. It could be said that they had used all their cultivation. The combined attack of three immortal realm experts was terrifying to the extreme. You dare. Tongming sect leader roared furiously. However, it was already too late for him to save the sage Tongming sect leader. Bang! Wah! Heaven and earth exploded. The combined attack of 3 Immortal Realm experts landed on the sage Tongming sect leader. If she had been prepared, it would have been fine. However, she did not expect the 3 sect leaders to launch a sneak attack on her. Even though she had opened her third gate of heaven, facing the combined attack of 3 Immortal Realm experts, it still caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. A piercing sound of bones breaking could be heard from her chest. Junior sister. Tongming sect leader's eyes were bloodshot as he charged madly towards the 3 sect leaders. However, Dark North sect leader was already prepared. He also sent a palm strike towards Tongming sect leader. Both of their cultivation bases were about the same. After this exchange, both of them were pushed back. However, the ice mountain beneath their feet was reduced to dust. Kill her! Dark North sect leader roared. The 2 sect leaders' faces were ferocious as they charged madly towards the sage Tongming sect leader. Dark North sect leader, you dog! You dare to scheme against me? Tongming sect leader roared furiously. He had not expected Dark North sect leader to be even more cunning than him. He had actually launched a sneak attack on the sage Tongming sect leader. Rumble! Tongming sect leader exploded with a dark light, causing the entire sky to change color. His eyes were bloodshot as he engaged in a fierce battle with Dark North sect leader. However, on the other side, the sage Tongming sect leader was in an extremely wretched state. She was bitterly defending against the attacks of the 2 sect leaders. If she had not suffered the combined attack of the 3 undying beings, with her third gate of heaven cultivation base, it would be easy for her to fight against the 2 sect leaders. Even killing them would not be a problem. However, she had suffered the combined attack of the 3 undying beings, causing her to lose half of her life. If not for her cultivation base being extremely strong, the combined attack of the 3 undying beings would have taken her life. However, she was in a very passive state now. She was constantly coughing out blood, and her body was filled with cracks. Even her soul within her sea of consciousness was in intense pain. If this continued, even if the 2 sect leaders did not kill her, she would be killed by her own injuries. Want to kill me? You guys are still too early. The sage Tongming sect leader roared as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was covered in blood mist as she actually used the blood escape technique to escape. As someone who had opened the third gate of heaven, the sage Tongming sect leader naturally had a life-saving trump card. This blood escape technique was extremely powerful. Although it would exhaust her cultivation base, it would definitely save her life. Seeing his junior sister use the blood escape technique, Tongming sect leader finally heaved a sigh of relief. He angrily attacked Dark North sect leader and wanted to meet up with the sage Tongming sect leader and leave this place first. However, before he could do anything, the following scene caused him to be completely terrified. An indescribable fear grew in his heart. Rumble! 5 jade-like fingers landed on the sage Tongming sect leader's head, directly shattering the blood escape technique she had just used. The goddess sect leader silently appeared beside the sage Tongming sect leader. Her expression was calm and cold. Seal! How strong was the goddess sect leader? She was stronger than the 2 sect leaders and was only half a step away from opening the 4th gate of heaven. Her attack suppressed the sage Tongming sect leader and sealed her victory. Chapter 1470. Fellow Taoist holy maiden, what are you doing? Tongming roared in fear. He looked at goddess sect leader with fear, then turned to Dark North sect leader with a sudden realization. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that the 2 of them had planned this from the start? They wanted to eliminate the Saintess first and deal a heavy blow to my Tongming sect's strength? Tongming, you are truly foolish. Our three sects are like fire and water. How can I work with you to offend Yi Tian? Dark North sect leader sneered. Fellow Taoist holy maiden, after killing this bitch, you and I will work together to kill Tongming and destroy the entire Tongming sect. From then on, our two sects will be the only ones in the northern region. Dark North sect leader said excitedly. Unfortunately, the Holy Maiden sect leader only glanced at Dark North sect leader and Tongming sect leader before disappearing with the Saintess. Damn it! Tongming sect leader roared. What was this woman thinking? Could it be that she had made some kind of deal with Yi Tian? Dark North sect leader immediately calmed down. His heart trembled as a bad feeling rose in his heart. Dark North sect leader had made a deal with Yi Xian to kill the Saintess. Yi Xian had also said that someone would help him at the critical moment. He didn't expect that person to be the Holy Maiden sect leader. Clearly, this Holy Maiden sect leader had also made some kind of deal with Yi Xian. Dark North sect leader was very confident in his judgment. However, today's matter made Dark North sect leader feel a chill in his heart. He was even more afraid of Yi Xian. No, this Yi Tian is too cunning. It is as if everything is under his control. He actually treated the three of us as chess pieces. This person cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Dark North sect leader was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Tongming sect leader. His heart was extremely heavy. He vaguely guessed that Yi Xian also wanted the heaven-shattering cauldron. Dark North, I will remember today's matter. If I don't take revenge, I am not a man. Tongming sect leader roared with hatred and directly fled. After all, Dark North sect leader still had two supreme elders by his side. He naturally didn't dare to stay for long in a situation where the enemy was strong. Go. The Dark North hierarch's face was grim. He called out to the two high elders and left as well. However, he could already sense that Yi Xian was an extremely dangerous person, and was thinking about how to deal with him. Snow Bamboo Peak. Bang! With a loud bang, the Saintess smashed into the ground, coughing out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly dispirited. I've brought the person you want. I hope you can keep your promise. The goddess sect master left as quickly as she came. She took a deep look at Yi Xian before stepping out and vanishing into a stream of light. Yi Xian. As he watched the goddess sect leader leave, a smile of praise appeared on his face. Only then did he look at the Saintess, who was lying on the ground. Green Ghost, come out. Yi Xian said. Taoist Green Ghost silently appeared beside Yi Xian. However, he stared at the Saintess with a vicious gaze. An extremely cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face. You can take revenge however you want. Even if you make her suffer a fate worse than death, it's fine. However, I want you to remember one thing. Keep her alive. She is very useful to me. Yi Xian waved his hand. Plop. Taoist Green Ghost knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian. Sect leader's kindness, Green Ghost will never forget it. Alright, go. Yi Xian waved his hand. Many thanks, sect leader. Taoist Green Ghost slowly got up. However, his hand suddenly grabbed the Saintess' hair and pulled off her veil, revealing her peerless appearance. The Saintess Tongming's appearance was very beautiful. Even when compared to the goddess sect leader, she wasn't inferior. However, Yi Xian only glanced at her indifferently before losing all interest. Taoist Green Ghost's face was filled with viciousness. He grabbed the Saintess' hair and dragged her on the ground. He did not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. The two of them gradually left. Ah, no. Miserable cries came from the distance, accompanied by the Saintess' cries. No one knew what Taoist Green Ghost did to the Saintess. However, it was obvious that it was extremely cruel. Mister, I'm afraid that Green Ghost will kill this woman. Fatso Huang heard the commotion and came over. Even with his sinister personality, Fatso Huang's face turned pale at the sight of Daoist Green Ghost's vicious methods. Hatred can drive a person crazy. However, Green Ghost knows his limits. Since I've asked him to spare this woman's life, she should be able to live on. Yi Xian said calmly. Heis. Fatso Huang sighed. He could only pray for the saintess to live on her own. The tragic cries lasted for 7 days. When there were no more signs of life, Daoist Green Ghost brought the saintess back. But when Yi Xian saw the state of the saintess, he could not help but take in a deep breath. Her flesh was mangled and her limbs were severed. This was especially the case for the saintess' face. It had lost all semblance of a human. These 7 days of torture were worse than death for the saintess. Kill me, please, kill me. The saintess cried out weakly. You guys can leave now. Yi Xian waved his hand, and Fatso Huang and Daoist Green Ghost left. Yi Xian bent down and frowned at the saintess. You won't be able to live on. But there are many ways to die. I can give you a quick death. But you have to answer my questions. If you lie, I'll hand you over to Green Ghost again. What do you want to ask? The saintess knew that she was dead for sure. She was already severely injured from the combined attack of 3 undying beings. Then, she was tortured by Daoist Green Ghost. She was already in a state of death. The saintess was filled with hatred. She could not wait to kill Yi Xian. She hated Tong Ming even more. Why did he invite the other 2 sect leaders? Otherwise, how could she have ended up in such a state? Without needing Yi Xian to speak, the saintess directly told him about the situation of the underworld sect. She even mentioned that old demon Bei Mang was rushing over. Right now, she only wanted Yi Xian and the people from the 3 sects to die together. Yi Tian, so what if you're cunning? Do you think you can get the heaven-breaking cauldron with these schemes? Do you think you can wipe out the 3 sects by yourself? Stop dreaming. The 3 great sect masters are all existences that have opened the 3rd gate of heaven. That old devil Bei Mang is definitely stronger than the 3 great sect masters. I want to see how you will die when the time comes. Sage Tong Ming roared with hatred. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. Yi Xian said indifferently, do you know why I asked Green Ghost to spare your life? Actually, the reason is very simple. An immortal stage cultivator who has opened the 3rd gate of heaven is a great tonic in itself. If I were to kill you for nothing, wouldn't it be a waste of heaven's treasures? Yi Xian laughed evilly. Chapter 1471. What are you planning to do? Seeing the evil smile on Yi Xian's face, although the saintess had already prepared herself for death, she still shivered and her eyes filled with fear. What am I planning to do? The evil smile on Yi Xian's face became even wider. Naturally, I'm going to swallow you. Roar. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Yi Xian's eyes were fierce and terrifying. A terrifying black fog rose from his body and he let out a fierce roar. The mysteries of the Tribulation Transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art were fully released. No. The saintess screamed in horror. She finally understood that Yi Xian had cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. The reason he didn't kill her was because he wanted to use her as food to increase his own cultivation. Ah! The terrifying black fog submerged the saintess. Miserable screams rang out as her flesh and blood rapidly melted away. A large amount of blood soul essence roared out, turning into a long river that rushed into Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian continuously swallowed it. Rumble. Yi Xian's body swelled, and his face suddenly became red. The heaven-burying technique crazily operated in his body, and an extremely powerful aura burst out. It had to be known that the saintess was an existence that had opened the 3rd gate of heaven. Although her cultivation couldn't compare to the three sect masters, her cultivation was of unimaginable help to Yi Xian. Ka ka ka. Yi Xian's bones crackled, and his aura soared. His cultivation was originally at the middle stage of the Tao integration realm, but as a muffled sound came from Yi Xian's body, his essence, energy, and spirit underwent a great change. Boom! An extremely terrifying shockwave shot out in all directions with Yi Xian as the center, and the entire snow bamboo peak trembled. After swallowing the Saintess blood soul essence, Yi Xian instantly stepped into the late stage of the Tao integration realm. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied. He wanted to reach the peak of the Tao integration realm in one go. The Tribulation Transcender technique and heaven-devouring demonic art were still fully released, and the surging blood soul essence was crazily swallowed by Yi Xian. This state lasted for half a day. Eventually, the Saintess turned into a skeleton, and no more blood energy leaked out. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of foul air. Yi Xian finally woke up from his devouring cultivation. AI. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Even though he had swallowed the Saintess blood soul essence, he had only reached the late stage of the Tao integration realm. It was impossible for him to reach the peak of the Tao integration realm. Yi Xian frowned and muttered, "This is a sempiternal realm expert who has opened the third gate of heaven. Even though I only refined 40% of her pure energy, it only allowed me to reach the late stage of the Tao integration realm. I'm still some distance away from the peak of the Tao integration realm." Although the Tribulation Transcender technique and heaven-devouring demonic art were heaven-defying, it didn't mean that Yi Xian could absorb the entire cultivation of a person. Because everyone cultivated different cultivation techniques, there were many impurities. Yi Xian could only absorb the purest and most essential energy. He naturally couldn't absorb the rest of the impurities. This wasn't beneficial to his cultivation at all. If it was someone else who had swallowed the Saintess, even if it was only 40% of her cultivation, it would be enough to step into the sempiternal realm. However, Yi Xian's potential was simply too great. His body was like a bottomless pit. The amount of energy he needed was simply incalculable. There were pros and cons to this. The good thing was that every time Yi Xian stepped into a new realm, he would be invincible in the same realm. He could even go against people of the same realm as him. This could be seen from how Yi Xian was able to fight against an immortal realm expert at the third level of the Tao-seeking realm. The bad thing was that Yi Xian's cultivation speed was extremely slow. The amount of resources he needed was simply incalculable. This was also because he had the Tribulation Transcender technique and heaven-devouring demonic art. If he didn't have these two techniques, the time he needed to cultivate would be incomparably long. Although Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with his cultivation speed, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, his cultivation had increased by another level. Moreover, killing the Saintess had increased his chances of victory. Moreover, Yi Xian was certain that Tongming's sect master was most likely restless right now. Losing the Saintess was like breaking one of his arms. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian had previously told Tongming's sect master that if he didn't deliver the cultivation resources he needed within a month, then Yi Xian would stand on the side of the North Dark sect and Fairy sect. At that time, Tongming's sect would definitely suffer a great calamity. Tongming's sect master couldn't bear such an outcome. Wait. One word, wait. Yi Xian was very patient. Everything was under his control. Now that the three sects couldn't hold on, Tongming's sect master was at a disadvantage. The most anxious person was him. As for that old demon North Dark sect, Yi Xian already had a plan. 3 days later, Tongming's sect master once again came to Snow Bamboo Peak. However, this time, he didn't come alone. He brought 2 spatial rings with him. Within them were all the things that Yi Xian wanted. Sect Master Yi, everything is here. Half a year later, the 3 sects will have a meeting. At that time, I hope that sect master Yi can lend a hand to my Tongming sect. Tongming sect master bowed and lowered his posture. Many thanks for Dao friend Tongming's generosity. When the time comes, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Yi Xian chuckled as he put the 2 spatial rings into his bag. Tongming's face twitched slightly, and his eyes revealed an extremely pained expression. This was because this was the entire wealth of the Tongming school. Men, send the guest out. Yi Xian waved his hand. Fatso Huang personally sent Tongming sect master away. There was no need to say too much because Yi Xian knew that Tongming sect master wanted nothing more than to grind his bones to dust. However, he didn't dare to fall out with him and could only endure. Before old demon North Dark sect arrived, he had to stabilize Yi Xian. This was because Tongming sect master was afraid that if Yi Xian stood together with the 2 sect masters, he and Tongming sect would be completely destroyed before old demon North Dark sect arrived. Fortunately, this was a war between the 3 sections. Sect master North Dark sect and Fairy sect master were also enemies. This gave Tongming sect master a chance to catch his breath. As long as he could stabilize Yi Xian, it wasn't too late. Everything would be decided in the meeting of the 3 sects half a year later. On this day, Sect Master North Dark Sect followed closely behind and brought a large amount of cultivation resources. They were all the treasures of North Dark Sect. He was also very respectful to Yi Xian, as if he wanted to befriend Yi Xian. However, after experiencing the matter of Tongming Sect Saintis, Sect Master North Dark Sect was clearly afraid of Yi Xian. He simply talked about the meeting of the 3 sects half a year later and left. In the evening, the 3rd guest arrived at Snow Bamboo Peak. It was the strongest of the 3 sect masters, the Fairy sect master. Under the moonlight, the Fairy sect master looked at Yi Xian's back and asked, Yi Daoyu, are you sure he's the one who tricked Hong Luan? Yi Xian slowly turned around and said, there's no one else other than him. I've already given you the evidence. As long as you and I work together, not only can we kill him, but the heaven-shattering cauldron will also be ours. Okay. The Fairy sect master slowly nodded and said, good. As long as we can kill him, the heaven-shattering cauldron will be shared by both our sections. From then on, there will only be my Fairy sect and your northern celestial court in the northern region. Chapter 1472. Farewell. The Fairy sect leader turned to leave, but before she could take 3 steps, Yi Xian's voice came again. I forgot to tell you something. Old Fiend Beimang will be here half a year later. He is an ally invited by Tongming. I will leave him to you. Yi Xian pretended to be casual. What? The Fairy sect leader's expression changed. She suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian with a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Old Fiend Beimang. Yi Xian slowly nodded and said, things have gone awry. I didn't expect sect leader Tongming to find Old Fiend Beimang, but it doesn't matter. With your cultivation, even if you can't defeat Old Fiend Beimang, he won't be able to do anything to you. You make it sound so easy. Do you know how powerful Old Fiend Beimang is? The Fairy sect leader had always been arrogant, but when Old Fiend Beimang was mentioned, her heart turned heavy. It wasn't that her cultivation was weaker than Old Fiend Beimang, but that Old Fiend Beimang's methods were extremely sinister. If she wasn't careful, she would fall into his trap. Back then, Nine Mountain Wanderer was also very powerful. He was also an existence that opened the 3rd heaven gate, but what happened in the end? In the end, old demon Bei Ming had destroyed his origin world and fled. Don't worry. Everything is under my control. Yi Xian said indifferently. The Fairy sect leader was slightly astonished. She saw great confidence and calmness from Yi Xian. She didn't know why Yi Xian was so confident, but since their cooperation had already begun, they could only continue. Finally, the Fairy sect leader also left Snow Bamboo Peak, leaving only Yi Xian standing proudly on the mountain peak. However, his eyes were abnormally deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Buzz. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. As he gently waved his sleeves, ripples bloomed in the void. A large number of saint items appeared, piling up to the height of 4 small mountains. Spiritual light soared into the sky and medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. All kinds of rare pills and spirit essences were presented before Yi Xian's eyes, causing Yi Xian's lips to curve into a smile. Holy treasures, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and all kinds of divine pills that are hard to find in this world. These are all the assets of the Dark Transcendence sect and the North Nether sect. I wonder if they can help me complete the Tao integration stage and usher in the immortal divine tribulation. Yi Xian murmured with excitement in his eyes. Collect. Yi Xian flicked his sleeve and took the resources of the 2 sects once more. These were the resources he needed to advance into the immortal realm, so they were naturally extremely precious to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the time to devour these treasures because the meeting between the 3 sects would begin in half a year. Half a year was not enough for Yi Xian. Moreover, old demon Bei Mang was rushing over. To be able to make the goddess sect leader fear him meant that this old demon Bei Mang was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't ignore him. Fatso Huang, Yi Xian called out softly. Mr. Fatso Huang quietly appeared behind Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian's further instructions. I'm going on a long trip and will definitely return within half a year. You will be in charge of all matters of the Northern Region Celestial Court, Yi Xian said. Don't worry, Mr. Fatso Huang bowed. He did not ask where Yi Xian was going. If Yi Xian wanted to tell him, he would tell him without him asking. Chi. Yi Xian took a step forward and disappeared. As for where Yi Xian was going, only he knew. Time flowed like water and passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year quickly passed and the conference of the 3 sects was about to begin. Finally, right before the conference of the 3 sects, Yi Xian returned to the Northern Region Celestial Court. This allowed everyone in the Celestial Court to heave a sigh of relief. No one knew where Yi Xian went or what Yi Xian did. However, Yi Xian was still calm and confident after returning to the Celestial Court. This gave the Northern Region Celestial Court a boost of confidence. The conference of the 3 sects. Or rather, it was the final battle between the 3 sections. The conference of the 3 sects was set to begin at the Snowy Plains. This was also the location of the final battle between the 3 sections. The Snowy Plains. It had always been the battlefield of the Northern Region. It covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles. Not a single blade of grass grew in this place. It was freezing cold and covered in snow all day long. Even the ground was formed by ice crystals. Icy peaks that pierced the sky rose from the ground and one could not see the end of it. The conference of the 3 sects, a battle to the death. This time, it was different from the past. The 3 sects had turned out in full force. From the sect masters to the ordinary disciples, everyone had gathered and headed towards the Snowy Plains. The sky shook and dark clouds covered the sky. The war drums of the 9 heavens were beating, and the sounds of killing spread out. The entire northern region was infected by this somber atmosphere. This was a grand event that attracted the attention of the entire world, and it would be forever recorded in the history of the northern region. The Snowy Plains. The black mass of people was like a swarm of locusts that covered the entire sky. The deafening war drums resounded between heaven and earth. The people of the 3 sects were facing each other on the dome. The 3 sect masters were wearing their sect master robes and exuded a supreme divine aura. Rumble. The wind and clouds gathered and the void exploded. Just the confrontation of the 3 sects on the dome had already erupted with a shocking power that caused the void to tremble. Tong Ming, you still dare to come? Dark North sect master roared. Killing intent surged from his body. Dark North, I advise you to hand over the heavenly shattering cauldron. Otherwise, your Dark North sect will be destroyed today. Tongming sneered. His face was brimming with unprecedented confidence. Dark North, it's already come to this point. Just hand over the heavenly shattering cauldron. Why do you insist on denying it? The fairy sect master interjected coldly. What a joke. What heavenly shattering cauldron? My Dark North sect doesn't have such an item. Dark North sect master flatly denied. Even at the final moment, he would never admit that the heavenly shattering cauldron was in his hands. Although the heavenly shattering cauldron is good, you must have the ability to obtain it. Could it be that you're willing to give up the foundation of your Dark North sect for a heavenly shattering cauldron? Tongming shouted. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Not to mention that my Dark North sect doesn't have the heavenly shattering cauldron. Even if we did have such a divine item, do you think my Dark North sect would hand it over? Dark North sect master roared. Alright, let's cut the crap. Today, I'll destroy your Dark North sect. Let's see if you'll hand over the heavenly shattering cauldron or not. Tongming shouted. He waved his hand and the millions of disciples of Tongming's sect roared. Killing intent filled the sky as if they were going to fight with the entire sect in the next moment. Do you think my Dark North sect is afraid of you? The Dark North sect leader raised his hand. Behind him, millions of Dark North sect members roared furiously as well. A murderous aura burst forth from them. The fairy sect master was the calmest. However, the fairy sect master had the least number of disciples. Moreover, they were all women. There were only a few 100,000 of them. However, they were all elites. At this moment, their killing intent was concealed as they waited for the fairy sect master's order. Chapter 1473. Fellow Taoists, it's not good to be so angry. Why don't we sit down and talk? Suddenly, before the battle between the three sects could begin, the sky in the north began to rumble. A black mass of people stepped on rainbow lights and arrived. It was Yi Xian leading the northern region celestial court. Yi Xian's arrival immediately changed the situation subtly. The killing intent of the three sects of the northern region also lessened for a moment. Sect Master Yi. Almost at the same time, the sect master and Tongming sect master bowed to Yi Xian. Only the fairy sect master nodded as a greeting to Yi Xian. Since it's a meeting between the three sects, why don't the three of you sit down and have a good talk? Why do you need to fight? Yi Xian stepped on the sky and waved his hand to form a cloud, inviting the three sect masters to come up for a talk. The three sect masters hesitated for a moment but still stepped on the cloud together. After all, Yi Xian's attitude was extremely important. They still had to give him face. Yi Daoyu, I don't want to say too much. As long as Dark North is willing to hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron, my Tongming sect will retreat without a second word. We won't attack Dark North sect in the slightest. Tongming sect master said solemnly. That's right. Fellow Taoist Dark North, please hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron. The fairy sect master agreed. I don't have it. How can I hand it over? Facing the threats of the two sect masters, Dark North sect master's expression didn't change. He still flatly denied it because the heaven-shattering cauldron was of great importance. He definitely wouldn't admit to it. Yi Daoyu, you have to make a decision for my Dark North sect. Dark North sect master lowered his posture and bowed to Yi Xian. Clearly, Dark North sect master was hinting to Yi Xian that he had taken all of Dark North sect's assets. Today was the day he fulfilled his promise. Yi Xian smiled faintly as he naturally understood Dark North sect master's intentions. He turned to the goddess sect master and Tongming sect master and said, since Tao friend Dark North said that there is no heaven-shattering cauldron, this might really be a misunderstanding. Have the two of you investigated thoroughly? Yi Daoyu, don't you know whether or not he has the heaven-shattering cauldron? Sect Master Tong Ming was a little unhappy. You were the one who gave me the information about the heaven-shattering cauldron, but now you're speaking up for Sect Master Bei Ming. Do you think the other 3 sect masters are fools? Moreover, Tong Ming's sect master hated Yi Xian to the core. He knew very well that even if he gave Yi Xian all the assets of Tong Ming's sect, Yi Xian would not help him sincerely. However, Tong Ming Saintess's death had forced Tong Ming's sect leader to endure. He had been waiting for this day to come. Because his allies had arrived, no one would be able to stop him from obtaining the heaven-shattering cauldron. Dao friend Tong Ming, what do you mean by this? Yi Xian's face turned cold and his voice became a little unfriendly. Humph. At this point, Tong Ming's sect master no longer had any scruples. He directly shed all pretense of cordiality and sneered, Yi Tian, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You've received so many benefits from our 3 sects and you only want to take advantage of the chaos to obtain the heaven-shattering cauldron. Do you really think that we're fools? Dark North, this person has ulterior motives. Do you really think that he will help you sincerely? Tong Ming's sect master sneered and broke the final barrier. He also completely dragged Yi Xian into the war between the 3 sections. At this moment, Dark North sect master was silent. How could he not know that Yi Xian was not a kind person? However, he could only watch and wait for the best opportunity to make a move. Tong Ming, looks like you dare to fall out with me now. You must have enough confidence, right? Yi Xian said indifferently. Yi Tian, you think that you're smart, but you're too confident. Let's not talk about the result of the war between the 3 sects today. I can guarantee that before the war starts, you'll die here first. Tong Ming's sect master sneered. Dao friend Bei Mang, please come out. At this moment, Tong Ming's sect master was extremely confident. His face was filled with excitement and viciousness. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. The war between the 3 sects was only a battle for benefits. It was only caused by the heaven-shattering cauldron. However, the person that Tong Ming's sect master wanted to kill was definitely Yi Xian. Kakik. An owl-like laughter rang out, and a young man in a black robe quietly appeared. His skin was fair, and he had a handsome appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sinister, and his lips were as black as ink, causing people to feel a great chill in their hearts when they looked at him. Old Demon Bei Mang. Boom. Sect Master Bei Mang could no longer remain calm. He looked at Old Demon Bei Mang with fear in his eyes. His expression had become extremely solemn. He had never imagined that Tong Ming's sect master would actually invite Old Demon Bei Mang. Not only was Old Demon Bei Mang's cultivation terrifying, but he was also an extremely difficult person to deal with. If Tong Ming's sect master joined forces with him today, sect master Bei Mang would be in danger. The fairy sect master frowned slightly. Although she had already heard from Yi Xian that Old Demon Bei Mang would appear, her eyes still trembled when she saw him in person. A solemn look flashed across her eyes. Yi Tian. Old Demon Bei Mang smiled sinisterly and slowly walked toward Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and a strange look flashed across his eyes. I was wondering why Tong Ming would dare to fall out with me. So it turns out that he invited external help, Yi Xian said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Old Demon Bei Mang laughed sinisterly. Daoist Tong Ming and I are good friends. Since he's in trouble today, I naturally have to come. However, you're merely a Dao integration realm cultivator. Do you think you're qualified to sit with me? Daoist Bei Mang, kill him. Tong Ming's sect master roared coldly. He waved his hand and the 2 immortal realm elders approached Yi Xian. He instantly appeared beside Old Demon Bei Mang and released a terrifying killing intent toward Yi Xian. Tong Ming's sect master had wanted to kill Yi Xian for a long time. Only by killing Yi Xian would he be able to join forces with Old Demon Bei Mang to deal with the 2 sections. Otherwise, if Yi Xian took advantage of the situation in the end, Tongming's sect master definitely didn't want to see that happen. Tongming, you can't kill me. Facing Tongming's sect master's killing intent, Yi Xian smiled disdainfully. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Even though old demon Bei Mang had already released a surging devilish light and had joined forces with Tongming's sect master to lock onto Yi Xian's aura, it didn't affect Yi Xian at all. Little brat Yi Tian, you're the most arrogant person this sect master has ever seen. However, arrogance requires the ability to back it up. Your arrogance has already doomed you to die without a burial ground today. Tongming's sect master sneered. Taoist Bei Mang, kill him. In the next moment, Tongming's sect master's killing intent surged. When he called for old demon Bei Mang to attack, he released a terrifying might and slapped his palm toward Yi Xian's head. Tongming's sect master was very confident that Yi Xian would die without a doubt if he joined forces with old demon Bei Mang. It was as if he could already see Yi Xian dying miserably. An extremely sinister smile appeared on his face. Idiot! Facing Tongming's attack, Yi Xian didn't dodge in the slightest. Instead, he indifferently spat out these two words. However, the scene that appeared in the next moment caused the people from the three sects to fall silent. Bang! Wah! Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Tongming's sect master spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His heart was pierced through by a sharp sword. A large amount of blood flowed out from his heart as he crashed into the clouds. Chapter 1474. Who was he going to kill? This was an obvious question, and also a question without a doubt. The one he was going to kill was naturally Yi Xian. There was no doubt about it, and it was something that everyone could see. When everyone was worried for Yi Xian and thought that Yi Xian was going to die, the situation suddenly reversed. Yo! It was an accident. Please don't blame me. An awkward expression appeared on old demon North Sea's face as he apologized profusely. The sword in his hand was still stained with Tongming's blood as he hurriedly walked towards Tongming. Hua! After a short period of deathly silence, the three sects went into an uproar. No one would have thought that old devil Bei Mang wouldn't attack Yi Xian, but instead viciously sneak attack Tongming, who was fighting side by side with him. Protect Tongming. Without waiting for old demon Northern Mang to approach, the two elders of Transcendence Cult instantly stood in front of Transcendence Cult Master. Their faces were pale as they looked at old demon Northern Mang in panic. At the same time, the entire Transcendence Cult activated the Grand Array, instantly protecting Transcendence Cult Master in layers. Ayaya, it was an accident. Please don't blame me. Old Devil Bei Mang apologized again and again. His face was filled with guilt. However, the sword in his hand was emitting a gloomy demonic light. As he continued to slash, the demonic light and evil aura whizzed out. Ah! Chi! 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 Old demon Northern Mang's attacks were too vicious. Every slash of his sword would take the lives of a large number of Transcendence Cult's disciples. Even the great array set up by Transcendence Cult was in imminent danger. Bastard Bei Mang! Suddenly, a furious roar rang out from inside Tongming Cult. Tongming Cult leader was glaring at old demon Bei Mang with a hand on his chest. His eyes were filled with resentment and shock. Fellow Taoist Tongming, why are you looking at me like that? You and I have been good friends for many years. Why aren't you opening the array and letting me heal you? Old Devil Northern Mang was extremely concerned, but his attacks became even more vicious. A large number of Transcendence Cult's disciples died under his feet. He charged towards Transcendence Cult's sect master, and that terrifying devil light directly turned a large number of Transcendence Cult's disciples into dust. This. At this moment, the Dark North Hierarch was stunned on the spot. Even the Fairy Hierarch was astonished. What happened just now? Sect Master Tongming had invited old demon Northern Mang, and the two of them were supposed to work together to kill Yi Xian. So why didn't old demon Northern Mang kill Yi Xian? Instead, he ambushed Sect Master Tongming and dealt him a fatal blow. Not to mention the two sect masters, even Tongming could not understand why old demon Northern Mang would do such a thing. What good would it do him to launch a sneak attack? Telepathy. Suddenly, Tongming's schoolmaster clutched his chest and roared in anger. Blood spurted out from his mouth once more. However, in the next moment, he took out a black flag and waved it madly. The grand formation laid down by Tongming's school suddenly erupted with a supreme might. The sky-covering Yin light instantly blocked old demon Northern Mang outside. GGG. Blocked by the grand formation of Tongming's school, old demon Northern Mang let out a strange laughter like an owl. He slowly raised his hands and condensed two black demonic balls. Streaks of black lightning wreaked havoc on the demonic balls, and an extremely frightening power erupted. Go to hell. In the next moment, old demon Northern Mang let out a sinister cry. The two black demonic balls were shot out by him. This was his signature grand technique, and it was also an extremely vicious grand technique. Bang! Bang! Something terrifying happened. The two black demonic balls collided with each other, and an unimaginable power was generated. Instantly, the heaven and earth turned dark. The terrifying and devastating energy crazily crashed into the grand formation of Tongming School. Gotcha! Bang! The heaven and earth exploded, and the myriad of laws were destroyed. The grand formation laid down by Tongming School was instantly shattered. It was unknown how many disciples of Tongming School were annihilated by this grand technique of old demon Northern Mang. One had to admit that old demon Northern Mang, who was also an immortal realm expert who had opened the third heaven gate, was truly terrifying. He could open the fourth heaven gate at any time. It could be said that he was on par with the goddess sect leader. However, old demon Northern Mang was even more terrifying than the goddess sect leader. This was because his methods were extremely vicious. He cultivated an extremely vicious demonic technique, and its destructive power was not something the goddess sect leader could compare with. Bastard Northern Mang, I'm going to kill you. Tongming school leader roared with resentment. He charged towards old demon Northern Mang and sent out his immortal realm grand technique. The two elders of Tongming school followed closely behind. The three of them besieged old demon Northern Mang. You invited me here, but you still want to kill me. It seems like you're not a friend. Old demon Northern Mang let out a sinister laugh. His demonic technique was earth-shattering. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against three immortal realm experts, he also sent out three grand demonic techniques consecutively, forcing Tongming school leader and the other two elders to retreat. Blood kept flowing out of their mouths. Bang! 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 Devil palms pierced through the sky, crushing mountains and rivers. Old demon Northern Mang sent out three palm strikes consecutively, sending Tongming school leader and the other two elders flying. The two elders coughed out blood while Tongming school leader staggered back. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Strong. Very strong. Terrifyingly strong. When old demon Northern Mang displayed his methods and cultivation, the two sect leaders who were watching the battle from the side wore solemn expressions. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in their hearts. Only Yi Xian remained calm and indifferent. The corner of his mouth even curled into a strange smile. It was as if he was not surprised by the scene before him. In fact, although old demon Northern Mang was very strong and was only half a step away from opening the fourth heaven gate, he was not strong enough to suppress Tongming school leader and the other two immortal realm experts. It was only because old demon Northern Mang's sneak attack had succeeded and seriously injured Tongming school leader. That was an extremely fatal attack. Therefore, Tongming school leader was at a disadvantage. As for the two elders of Tongming school, although they were also immortal realm experts, they had only opened the first heaven gate. How could they be a match for old demon Northern Mang, who was about to open the fourth heaven gate? Northern Mang, you bastard! I'll fight you to the death! Tongming school leader roared madly. He had already activated his source world. However, old demon Northern Mang was not afraid at all. He also summoned his devil horde world and attacked Tongming school leader. Bang! 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 Chaos filled the world. The howling of the devil horde was accompanied by Tongming school leader's furious roar. Under old demon Northern Mang's terrifying attacks, Tongming school leader was forced to retreat step by step. He was not a match for old demon Northern Mang at all. Boom! Finally, after half a day, Tongming was no longer a match for old devil Bei Ming. He was struck by the devil heavenly giant palm, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. His broken body fell to the ground. Bang! Tongming school leader was heavily smashed into the clouds. However, before he could struggle to get up, old demon Northern Mang instantly appeared in front of him and lifted him up. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Xian. Chapter 1475. Brother Yi, what do you think of this gift? Old demon Bei Ming casually tossed Tongming at Yi Xian's feet with a kind smile on his face. It was as if he was Yi Xian's best friend. Many thanks, old demon Bei Ming. If not for old demon Bei Ming's help, this person would have been troublesome. Yi Xian chuckled and similarly bowed to old demon Bei Mang. Yi Tian brat, old demon Bei Mang, the two of you will not have a good death. Tongming coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had suffered a fatal blow from old demon Bei Mang's sneak attack and endured a bitter battle. Now that his cultivation had fallen to rock bottom, how could he be a match for Yi Xian and old demon Bei Mang? Tisk, tsk, tsk. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head and slowly walked to Tongming's side. He looked down at him with an extremely pitiful expression and said, calling you a dog is not wrong. Look at your current appearance. Aren't you worse than a dog? Pitiful, lamentable, and even more lamentable. I gave you a chance to be a human, but you insisted on being a dog. Moreover, you are a dog that wants to bite people. Do you know what the consequences of being a dog that bites people are? Yi Tian brat, you will not have a good death. Tongming knew that he was finished. Facing Yi Xian's humiliation, he roared and madly circulated the essence blood in his body. He wanted to self-detonate in front of Yi Xian. You want to self-detonate? Yi Xian's face was filled with disdain. He suddenly stomped his right foot on Tongming's face. Following a terrifying sound, half of Tongming's head caved in. His swollen body deflated like a deflated balloon. Look at your cowardly appearance. You want to kill me with just you alone? Even if I give you another yuan hui, you will still be a dead dog under my foot. Yi Xian said sinisterly. A gourd appeared with a flip of his hand. As Yi Xian pulled out the cork, Tongming was sucked into the gourd. After Yi Xian finished doing all of this, old devil Bei Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile on his face didn't decrease. On the other hand, the Dark North sect leader and the Fairy sect leader had heavy expressions. It was obvious that they were extremely fearful of Yi Xian and old devil Bei Mang joining forces. Kill! Suddenly, Yi Xian waved his hand, and all the experts of the Celestial Court of the Northern Territory rushed towards the Dark Church. The two sempiternal elders knew that the situation was hopeless. Even their sect master had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. How could they resist? They only wanted to escape from this battlefield as soon as possible. It was a pity. Without waiting for the two elders to escape, Yi Xian mysteriously appeared in front of them. A giant palm stretched across the void and slammed down on the two elders. Bang! How terrifying was Yi Xian's battle prowess. Even though he was only at the Dao integration stage, he wasn't someone the two elders of the Nether Passage School could compare to. This attack instantly suppressed the two elders, and as the treasured gourd in Yi Xian's hand turned upside down, the two elders were also sucked into the gourd. Ah! Go to hell! Kill! Yi Xian stood on the dome with the gourd in his hand. Northern Mang stood side by side with him. Below them, the battle cries of the Northern Territory Celestial Court and the Dark Church shook the heavens. However, the Dark Church had long been defeated. They were completely massacred by the Northern Territory Celestial Court. Especially the four sempiternal elders of the Northern Territory Celestial Court. These four were like tigers among a flock of sheep. They slaughtered the members of the Dark Church in a frenzy. In less than half a day, the entire Dark Church was wiped out. Since then, the Dark Transcendence Church had completely disappeared from the Northern Star Field. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Dark North Sect leader and the two Grand Elders had solemn expressions. Everyone in the Dark North Sect was also on high alert. The Dark Church had disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was something unimaginable for the Dark North Sect. Although everyone was prepared for the destruction of their sect in this war between the three sects, no one expected that the Dark Church would be destroyed by Yi Xian's Northern Territory Celestial Court instead of the other two sections. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. All kinds of words appeared in Dark North Sect leader's mind. He knew that things were getting tricky now. Taoist Dark North. Suddenly, Yi Xian and Northern Mang walked side by side toward Dark North Sect leader. Sect leader Yi. Dark North Sect leader lowered his posture to the extreme. He bowed toward Yi Xian with a kind smile on his face. However, his heart was in turmoil because he could feel that Yi Xian was about to attack him. However, Dark North Sect leader wasn't too afraid. After all, he was an existence that had opened the third gate of heaven. He also had the two Grand Elders behind him. The entire Dark North Sect was here. He could resist Northern Mang by himself. The two Grand Elders were existences that had opened the second gate of heaven. Yi Xian might not have an easy time against the two of them. Moreover, Dark North Sect leader wasn't an idiot like Dark North Sect leader. He wasn't seriously injured. Therefore, even if Yi Xian joined forces with Northern Mang, their Dark North Sect might not be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, there was the Goddess Sect leader. Dark North Sect leader's fate was a warning bell. If Northern Mang and Yi Xian joined forces to attack his Dark North Sect, then the Goddess Sect would be next. Therefore, Dark North Sect leader was sure that the Goddess Sect leader would join forces with him to fight against Yi Xian. Taoist Dark North, hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron. I can let your Dark North Sect live. At this point, Yi Xian no longer had anything to hide. He directly bared his ferocious fangs and began to demand the heaven-shattering cauldron from Dark North Sect leader. Yi Dao Yu, don't joke around. The heaven-shattering cauldron isn't even in my Dark North Sect. How can this sect leader take it out? Dark North Sect leader was neither haughty nor humble. He refused to admit that the heaven-shattering cauldron was in his hands. Oh. Yi Xian smiled and said, back then, I saw the heaven-shattering cauldron with my own eyes in the Dark North Divine Palace. Now, Taoist says that it isn't in your hands. Could it be that my eyes are blind? It's you. Dark North Sect leader was startled at first. Then, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian with a sinister look. He finally knew who was the one who snuck into the Dark North Divine Palace to steal the heaven-shattering cauldron. It turned out that it was Yi Xian who was standing before him. Dark North, I advise you not to make a mistake. Hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron. Otherwise, not only will you die today, everyone in your Dark North sect will die as well. Old Devil North Sea spoke with a sinister voice. Boom! Old Devil North Sea and Yi Xian stepped out at the same time. Their terrifying auras pressed down on Dark North sect leader. Dark North sect leader's expression changed greatly. His body also erupted with a terrifying aura to resist. Old Devil North Sea was already stronger than Dark North sect leader. At this moment, with Yi Xian added in, Dark North sect leader was directly pressured. You want the heaven-shattering cauldron? Dream on. Dark North sect leader's expression flickered. A sinister roar came from his mouth. With a flip of his hand, a small cauldron appeared in his hand. He retreated to the center of the Dark North sect and glared at Yi Xian and Yi Xian through the crowd of disciples. Chapter 1476. So it's with you. Old Demon Bei Ming's eyes lit up as he roared excitedly. Hand over the cauldron. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as a cruel glint flashed across his eyes. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anything. He directly revealed his ultimate goal. North Underworld Astral. Dark North sect leader bellowed coldly. Instantly, everyone from the Dark North sect moved. A Dark North Heavenly Dipper formation was activated, with Dark North sect leader in the center. The power of the formation was simply terrifying. It must be noted that Dark North sect leader wasn't injured at all. He had been in peak condition all this time, and he had 2 Grand Elders by his side. Added with the fact that everyone in Dark North sect was united, the Dark North Heavenly Dipper formation was impregnable. Kill! Yi Xian waved his hand coldly. The North Celestial Court also formed a formation and charged madly at the North Underworld sect. Brother Yi, let's work together to break his formation, said Old Demon Bei Ming. That's what I was thinking. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His glabella flickered as the Sky Destroyer halberd appeared in his hands. The two of them charged towards the North Underworld sect with terrifying killing intent. Kill! Bang bang bang! The North Celestial Court had 4 Immortal Realm experts. Although they were only at the early stage of the Immortal Realm, their cultivation wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. Every attack they made was blocked by the North Underworld sect members. Open! Old Demon Bei Ming roared. It had to be said that this old demon was indeed very strong. His grand art of Devil Heaven blasted out, and the rolling black smoke that came with it caused the Northern Underworld Big Dipper formation to begin to disintegrate. Boom! On the other side, Yi Xian struck out with his halberd. The cold tip of the halberd was unparalleled in its killing intent. It formed a terrifying force that could break through a single point and directly hit the North Underworld astral formation. And it wasn't over yet. Yi Xian was a formation grandmaster. Although he didn't cultivate the legacy of the Chaos Star Masters, he had an extremely good understanding of formations and restrictions. The Northern Underworld Heavenly Dipper formation wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. Crack! Yi Xian's attack was too strange. This kind of attack that broke through the surface of the formation was the nemesis of Yi Xian's Big Dipper formation. Immediately, this impregnable formation was shattered, and a large number of North Nether sect's disciples were turned into ashes by this attack. Die! At the same time, Yi Xian and Old Demon Bei Ming grinned ferociously as they charged towards Hierarch Bei Ming from both sides. The terrifying energy ripples emanating from their bodies could even change the color of the sky. Sect Master, leave quickly. One had to admit that the 2 Supreme Elders of Dark North sect were extremely loyal. At this critical moment, they were willing to risk their lives for Dark North sect leader. Both of them unleashed their undying might and charged towards Yi Xian and Feng Bujue. Scram! The old demon of Northern Mang roared furiously. He formed a demonic seal with both hands and smashed it out. This attack contained 80% of his cultivation base. It even caused the space to explode as it sent the two elders in front of him flying. Wow! The two supreme elders spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even though they had opened the second gate of heaven, they were still unable to stop someone as terrifying as old demon Biming. Withdraw. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the two supreme elders. It was Yi Xian, who was staring at them with a sinister expression. He had already opened the gourd in his hand and an extremely terrifying suction force sucked the two supreme elders into the gourd. At this critical moment, old demon Beimang let out a cry of bewilderment. He was very puzzled by Yi Xian's actions. However, he didn't have the time to figure out why Yi Xian was doing this. Instead, he charged towards Hierarch Biming. After all, the heaven-shattering cauldron was what he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He gently put away the gourd and revealed a strange smile that others couldn't understand. 3. Yi Xian murmured. His eyes flickered slightly. Then, he vaguely glanced around. When he saw the fairy sect leader's gaze, he nodded slightly as if he was hinting at something. Demonic dance. Roar. Dark light surged out of Northern Mang's body as terrifying shreds of shadows separated from his body. These shreds of shadows were creepy and scary, and carried a strong smell of blood. At the moment, these shreds of shadows were madly pouncing on Dark North. Bang! 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 On the other hand, Hierarch Biming was retreating as he fought. All kinds of immortal great arts were used in a domineering manner. Although old demon Biming's cultivation base was terrifying, Hierarch Biming was also a terrifying figure who had opened the third gate of heaven. His battle prowess was definitely not to be underestimated. Brother Yi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Old demon Biming couldn't take down Hierarch Biming in a short period of time. This caused him to turn his eyes towards Yi Xian and ask for help. Boom! Yi Xian arrived in a flash. The heaven-punishing halberd went straight for Hierarch Biming's forehead. This attack shook the mountains and rivers. The beam of light illuminated the sky and earth. Hierarch Biming's expression changed drastically. A snow-white heavenly blade appeared in his hand. He hastily slashed towards Yi Xian. Clang! The blade and halberd collided. The void collapsed. The terrifying power instantly sent Yi Xian and Hierarch Biming flying. This also gave old demon Biming an excellent opportunity to attack Hierarch Biming with a vicious great art. Bang! Demonic light surged violently. This attack landed on Hierarch Biming's shoulder, causing him to stagger. However, he also suffered a great injury. Give it to me. With a successful strike, old demon Biming showed up in front of Hierarch Biming while laughing wildly. He reached a giant hand towards the cauldron. But before he could touch the cauldron, a slim hand suddenly reached towards his head. You dare! Old demon Biming's expression changed. He had no choice but to give up on snatching the heaven-shattering cauldron. Bang! There was a sky-piercing explosion. The heaven and earth exploded. This attack caused the clouds to collapse. The two figures were also sent flying. Goddess sect leader, are you courting death? Old demon Biming instantly stabilized his body. He looked at goddess sect leader with a vicious expression. She was the one who attacked him. Otherwise, the heaven-shattering cauldron would have fallen into his hands. You want the heaven-shattering cauldron? Have you asked for my permission? Goddess sect leader strolled through the void. Extremely terrifying fluctuations rippled out, giving old demon Biming immense pressure. In terms of cultivation, old demon Biming was indeed a level higher than Hierarch Biming. However, he was only on par with goddess sect leader. Now that goddess sect leader had appeared out of nowhere, old demon Biming immediately felt that the situation had become troublesome. Chi! In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared beside old demon Biming, standing opposite the goddess sect leader and hierarch Baiming. Old demon Baiming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he and Yi Xian were still allies. Taoist goddess, as long as you help me out of danger, the heaven-shattering cauldron will be shared by both our sections. If I die, the next person they will kill will be you. Hierarch Baiming instantly appeared beside goddess sect leader and let out a sinister roar. He was also reminding goddess sect leader of the current situation. All right. Goddess sect leader nodded slowly. Even without hierarch Baiming's reminder, she could see the current situation. Chapter 1477. Brother Yi, I'll deal with this bitch. I'll leave Dark North to you. Old demon Baiming flipped his hand and a demonic saber appeared in his hand. A terrifying demonic aura bloomed. Clearly, he was ready to kill. All right. The same word came from Yi Xian's mouth. Attack. Yi Xian roared and swung his heaven-punishing halberd. Old demon Baiming also raised his demonic saber. The Fairy Sect Leader and Dark North Sect Leader both activated their immortal great techniques. A shocking battle was about to begin. Boom! But a moment later, an extremely strange scene appeared. The target of Yi Xian's halberd wasn't the Dark North Sect Leader, but the old devil Baiming beside him. The Fairy Sect Leader didn't attack the old devil Baiming, but instead turned around and attacked the Dark North Sect Leader. I knew something was wrong. Do you think I'm an idiot like Tongming? Old demon Baiming suddenly roared. The demonic saber in his hand suddenly changed direction and slashed at Yi Xian. On the other side, Dark North Sect Leader didn't say anything, but he also attacked the Fairy Sect Leader. Clang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. Yi Xian clashed with old demon Baiming with his halberd. On the other side, the Fairy Sect Leader and Dark North Sect Leader were also forced to retreat. Chi! The next moment, Yi Xian and the Fairy Sect Leader walked together. On the other hand, old demon Baiming arrived in front of Dark North Sect Leader with his demonic saber. The two looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. With the lesson from Tongming, old demon Baiming and Dark North Sect Leader didn't trust anyone. Although Yi Xian and the Fairy Sect Leader's sneak attack wasn't within their expectations, they were still on guard. Brother Yi, I knew you were up to no good. But aren't you a little too impatient? Old demon Baiming looked at Yi Xian with a sinister gaze. Same here. Even if I didn't attack, you would have killed me first, right? Yi Xian smiled faintly. If I knew you were so ambitious, I wouldn't have agreed to kill Tongming first. I should have worked with them to kill you first. Old demon Baiming said sinisterly. Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed. He laughed disdainfully and said, You're just being greedy. If it wasn't for the fact that Trash Tongming was too weak, why would you be willing to cooperate with me? Half a year. And Yi Xian's persuasion. With Yi Xian's persuasion, old demon Baiming and old Yi. And Baiming with Yi. After a long and Yi with him. The talk. Baiming joined Yi and then Baiming. This was why old demon Baiming had plotted against Sect Master Tongming. It was because he chose to work with Yi Xian. However, the two of them knew that the other party wasn't a good person. The so-called cooperation was only temporary, and they could secretly attack each other at any time. However, old demon Baiming didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually choose to make the first move. This had indeed caught him off guard. Furthermore, what old demon Baiming didn't expect the most was that Yi Xian had actually secretly joined forces with the goddess sect leader. If he and the Dark North Sect Leader had been successfully ambushed by the two of them, they would have definitely fallen into Yi Xian's hands today. Kill Tongming first, then Baiming. When I'm the only one left, you can join forces with the Fairy Sect Master to kill the enemy. Brat, you really have a good plan. Old demon Baiming sneered. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't react to old demon Beimang's mockery at all. It was as if Yi Xian didn't see anything wrong with his failure. Fellow Daoist fairy, I'll leave Beimang to you. Once you suppress him, we'll work together to kill old demon Beimang. Yi Xian said. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the expressions of the Dark North sect leader and old devil Beimang both changed. Their gazes towards Yi Xian were filled with extremely sharp killing intent. The two of them didn't think that Yi Xian would be so sinister. Fellow Daoist fairy, as long as you're willing to work with me, we can share the heaven-shattering cauldron. Sect Master Beimang hurriedly persuaded the fairy sect master. Beimang, do you still recognize me? Suddenly, a ray of light shot over. It was Scarlet Witch glaring at Sect Master Beimang. Sect Master Beimang was stunned as a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. Who are you? Sect Master Beimang shouted at Scarlet Witch without any change in his expression. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he looked at the Dark North sect leader and said, I remember that the Dark North sect has a secret technique called the Dark North bewitching technique. This technique can confuse the mind of others without them knowing about it. Have you forgotten what you did to Qi Lian back then? What nonsense are you talking about? The Dark North hierarch's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian knew about this. Beimang, back then, you tricked my martial nephew into killing his master and fellow sect members in order to steal our sect's secret art. Since you dared to do it, why don't you admit it? Sect Master Qing Han asked. Fellow Daoist, don't fall for his trick. He is trying to provoke a fight between us. Sect Master Beimang denied coldly. If I remember correctly, only the sect leader can cultivate the Dark North bewitchment technique. If it wasn't for you, fellow Daoist Dark North, I really can't think of anyone who would know this technique. Furthermore, for this person to be able to sneak into the goddess sect without being discovered, his cultivation must be at least at the immortal realm, right? You. Sect Master Beimang's face turned purple. He wanted to refute Yi Xian's words, but he didn't know how to do so. He could only retreat with a gloomy expression. Clearly, he had admitted to it. Beimang, you used martial nephew Scarlet Witch to steal our sect's secret art. Today, I will kill you and wash away the shame of our sect. Boom! Sect Master Beimang could no longer control her anger. Her slender hand seemed to lift the sky as she unleashed a terrifying might towards Sect Master Beimang. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the goddess sect leader and Dark North hierarch engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them were existences who had opened the third gate of heaven, but the goddess sect leader was only half a step away from opening the fourth gate of heaven. She immediately suppressed Dark North hierarch. Brother Yi, I've really underestimated you. The schemes you've come up with are indeed brilliant, but in the end, it all depends on strength. I advise you to retreat, or else you'll die a miserable death. Old demon Beimang sneered as he pointed his demonic saber at Yi Xian. A glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. The previous battle between old demon Beimang and Yi Xian had ended in a draw. Although old demon Beimang was shocked that Yi Xian, who was only at the Dao integration stage, could fight him to a standstill, he knew that Yi Xian was still not his match. Dao integration stage was Dao integration stage. Even if Yi Xian had heaven-defying combat strength, he was still at the Dao integration stage. Old demon Beimang was conceited that he was about to open the fourth heaven gate. If they really engaged in a battle to the death, he could destroy Yi Xian in less than half a day. Chapter 1478. It seems like you're very confident in killing me. Yi Xian said with a sinister smile. Seeing Yi Xian's calm attitude, old demon Beimang was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he sneered and said, Brother Yi, the chaotic universe is very, very big. There are too many monstrous geniuses, and there is no lack of people with heaven-defying talent like you. It's not that Tao integration experts haven't killed Eternals before, but if you think you can fight me, then you're really a joke. I can tell you very clearly that in the 10 great eons, even if the strongest of all time can go against Eternals at the Tao-seeking realm before attaining the Tao, they can only go against cultivators who have just reached the Eternals. Anyone who can open the third gate of heaven is a sect master level figure. Even if you have heaven-defying battle prowess, you're definitely not their match, let alone me. Old Demon Beimang was unbridled and unruly, and he was even giving pointers to Yi Xian. He wasn't speaking arrogantly, but was speaking the truth. If the two of them really fought to the death, Yi Xian wouldn't be Old Demon Beimang's match at all. This was because the difference between their realms was too great. Not only was there a difference of one major realm, but there were also 3 minor realms. This kind of difference couldn't be made up for by anything. Unless Yi Xian could use future transformation, he would only need one strike to kill Old Demon Beimang. Unfortunately, future transformation had too many restrictions. It needed the right time, place, and people to be able to use it. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried. Instead, he looked at Old Demon Beimang with deep eyes. This was because he had great confidence. Even if he wasn't Old Demon Beimang's match, he definitely wouldn't be defeated and have to flee. Although he was only at Tao integration, Yi Xian's foundation was too deep. In the past 100,000 years, he had devoured too many cultivation resources, and even the Tao of the Nether Passage Saintess. If it had been someone else who had devoured so many cultivation resources, they would have broken through to the immortal realm or even opened the third heavenly gate. However, Yi Xian had only reached the late-stage Tao integration stage and was still a distance away from the perfected stage. However, this also resulted in Yi Xian's terrifying combat power. Even in the face of Old Demon Beimang, who was about to open the fourth sky gate, Yi Xian was confident that he could put up a fight against him. Moreover, Yi Xian wanted to test his true strength in this battle and see the difference between him and Old Demon Northern Mang. As for the heaven-shattering cauldron in Dark North's hands, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry, because he had more tricks up his sleeve. Come, let me see what you're capable of. You better not disappoint me. Yi Xian gave a sinister smile and beckoned Northern Mang Old Demon over. If you want to die, then as your elder brother, I can only fulfill your wish. Boom! Terrifying demonic light erupted from Old Demon Northern Mang's body as the demonic saber in his hand slashed through the void. Thousands of miles of saber light burst out. His attack was earth-shattering, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yi Xian in the shortest time possible. Chi! At the same time, the heaven-destroying halberd appeared in Yi Xian's hand. A terrifying power of nirvanic annihilation wrapped around the halberd, and the cold tip of the halberd emitted a gloomy light. Instantly, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos, and the entire sky darkened. The power of nirvanic annihilation. Old Demon Northern Mang's expression changed slightly, but he calmed down in the next moment. I knew your identity was strange. So you're from the Immortal Heaven Palace. No wonder your combat power is so terrifying even though you're only at the Tao integration stage. It's a pity that even though you're from a supreme orthodoxy, you're still going to die in my hands today. Old Demon Northern Mang laughed cruelly. He was definitely not a kind person. Killing someone from a supreme orthodoxy for the heaven-shattering cauldron was nothing to him. Boom! The demonic saber soared across the sky, and the saber radiance destroyed the world. Old Demon Northern Mang slashed his saber at Yi Xian, and the saber radiance that spanned tens of thousands of miles seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything as it slashed at Yi Xian. Clang! The power of nirvanic annihilation combined with the power of nirvanic annihilation was extremely terrifying. Even though Yi Xian was only at the Tao integration stage, when he poured his cultivation into the heaven-punishing halberd, the power that erupted from him caused even old Devil Beimang to frown. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Rumble. Heaven and earth exploded, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. Yi Xian struck out with his halberd, and the entire world suddenly darkened. Only a pitch-black chilling radiance could be seen flickering in the sky. It directly shattered old demon Northern Mang's saber radiance, and that terrifying chilling radiance shot towards old demon Northern Mang's glabella. Demonic dance. Old demon Northern Mang roared into the sky. His entire body transformed into tens of thousands of demonic shadows and disappeared, directly dodging the attack of Nirvanic annihilation. Chaotic Sky 7 Slaughter Halberd. The first halberd moves heaven and earth, the second halberd overturns the universe, the third halberd messes up yin and yang, the fourth halberd breaks reincarnation, the seventh halberd suppresses the primal chaos. At this moment, Yi Xian had transformed into a total of 7 figures. Each figure looked exactly like Yi Xian, and their auras were identical. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. The most frightening thing was that all 7 Yi Xians were wielding halberds. As Yi Xian's killing intent soared to the heavens, the 7 Yi Xians unleashed different halberd techniques at Old Devil Biming. The 7 slaughters of the chaotic sky could destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xian rarely used this chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberd. It wasn't because this secret technique wasn't strong, but because he had used it before. Although its power seemed impressive, it always gave him an extremely awkward feeling when he used it. However, when Yi Xian stepped into the Tao fusing realm and spent 100,000 years comprehending his own laws and Taos, he finally discovered the true profundity of the chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberd. He was also able to unleash the strongest power of this technique. Although the 6 chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberds were not real, they all contained Yi Xian's will. At this moment, the 6 chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberds were no different from his true body. This was the true terror of the chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberd. Rumble. 7 Yi Xians, 7 halberds, stood in the sky and earth, capable of destroying everything. Even though old demon Northern Mang had unleashed the so-called demonic dance and created tens of thousands of figures, these figures were only images. They didn't have the slightest ability to fight. What made old demon Northern Mang feel the most inexplicable horror was that the 7 Yi Xian's terrifying killing intent was actually able to capture the trajectory of his true body. That terrifying killing intent locked onto him, and the 7 Yi Xians instantly appeared around him. 7 halberds were smashing towards him from different parts of his body. How is this possible? Faced with Yi Xian's chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberd, old demon Northern Mang cried out in shock. This was because he couldn't tell if these 7 Yi Xians were real or fake at all. Furthermore, they all contained a power that made his heart palpitate. Kill. Old demon Northern Mang naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. The demonic saber in his hand continuously slashed out 7 saber beams, each of which slashed towards the 7 Yi Xians. Unfortunately, old demon Northern Mang had underestimated the chaotic sky 7 slaughter halberd. If he had chosen to condense one of the halberds and create an opening, he might have been able to break through Yi Xian's grand technique. However, he had believed that he could block Yi Xian's attack. He had sent out 7 saber beams in an attempt to push Yi Xian back. This had caused him to suffer a great loss. Chapter 1479. Boom. 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 Terrifying explosions rang out as the chaotic sky 7 slaughtering halberd's power was finally revealed. Every halberd strike contained Yi Xian's absolute power. Coupled with the heaven-punishing halberd and the power of nirvanic extermination, the halberd shattered old demon Biming's 7 saber lights. Damn it! Old demon Biming roared in fear. If he were to receive Yi Xian's 7 halberd strikes head-on, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. At this moment, he no longer had any reason to hold back. Demon descends. Roar. In the next moment, when the 7 halberds were about to reach him, old demon Biming let out a ferocious roar. His entire body was covered by a layer of demonic fog. Clearly, this was his life-saving technique. Bang! 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 The chaotic Sky 7 slaughtering halberd was capable of destroying heaven and earth. Furthermore, it was executed with the heaven-punishing halberd and the power of nirvanic extermination. Even though old demon Baiming had executed his life-saving technique, he still suffered an unimaginable blow. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the demonic fog as old demon Baiming was sent flying. The demonic fog around him quickly dissipated and Yi Xian's 7 figures merged back into one. However, Yi Xian was also gasping for breath. Although the chaotic Sky 7 slaughtering halberd was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of his essence, energy, soul, and cultivation base. Although it was only an instant, it consumed a lot of energy. Not only did it affect one's cultivation base, it also affected one's soul. Even Yi Xian did not dare to use it casually. Time. Yi Xian merely gasped for breath for a moment. Not even a breath's time had passed before the power of time and space surrounded his body. He took a step forward and charged towards old demon Baiming's flying figure, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Time is like a blade. Kill. This time, the power of time and space spread out from the heaven-punishing halberd. The terrifying aura of time reversal flowed. The time and space in this part of the world seemed to be reversing. The heaven-punishing halberd in Yi Xian's hand disappeared as if it had traveled through time and space. It strangely appeared above old demon Baiming halberd and slashed towards him. Demonic escape. Whoosh! Old demon Northern Mang's figure mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only a bloody shadow. When he reappeared, he was wearing a strange black cloak. However, when he looked at Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with fear. Space-time power? Who are you? Old demon Northern Immortal's mind was in complete chaos. He had no time to think about the blow he had just received from the chaotic Sky 7 kills halberd. Blood continued to ooze out of his mouth, but he still asked Yi Xian in terror. Old demon Baiming wouldn't be surprised if Yi Xian was from the Immortal Heaven Palace. After all, it was only natural that someone with such terrifying combat strength at the Tao integration stage would come from a supreme orthodoxy. However, Yi Xian was able to use the power of time and space. This shocked old demon Baiming to the core. He began to wonder about Yi Xian's identity. A single person with the supreme strength of 2 supreme orthodoxies. This was simply unheard of. Old demon Baiming wouldn't believe that Yi Xian wasn't strange at all. Good lad, you do have some skills. I've underestimated you. However, do you think that you're a match for me just because you have 2 supreme powers? Today, I'll let you know that a Tao integration stage cultivator is just a Tao integration stage cultivator. In front of me, you're just a dead man. Rumble. Old demon Northern Immortal roared furiously. Terrifying demonic mist rose from his body. The black cloak on his body transformed into streams of black water that wrapped around his body. His originally 7 feet tall body began to swell strangely. 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet. 50 feet. 80 feet. Old demon Baiming's body had grown by a total of 80 feet. His originally thin and weak body had become extremely swollen. His pitch-black body was as angular as a mountain rock, giving off an extremely explosive feeling. Just a glance at him would cause one's heart to feel extremely cold. 10 feet 8 demonic body. Roar. Old demon Northern Immortal let out an extremely ferocious roar. His entire body's aura soared. Even Yi Xian's eyes trembled. An extremely grave expression appeared in his eyes. Terrifying. Too terrifying. With just this transformation, Yi Xian could feel that old demon Northern Immortal's combat strength had increased by 50%. The current old demon Northern Immortal was probably at his peak. Lad, you should feel lucky that you're able to force me to use my demonic body. You should feel honored that you can die under my demonic body. Die. Boom. Old Devil Baimang punched out. His fist was like a small mountain. Although there were no worldly anomalies and no grand arts, the power of this punch was simply earth-shattering because it was infused with Old Devil Baimang's cultivation base. Nirvana Battle Armor. In the next moment, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately summoned the Nirvana Battle Armor and put it on. The heaven-destroying halberd hurriedly blocked in front of him. Bang! One punch. It was just one punch. Old Demon Northern Immortal's punch was too terrifying. It was as heavy as the heavens. When it landed on the heaven-destroying halberd, it shook the heaven-destroying halberd out of Yi Xian's hand. Then, the punch landed on Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian couldn't dodge. He didn't have the time to do so either. This punch had sealed off all his escape routes. He could only brace himself to take on Old Demon Northern Immortal's attack. Pfft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying. Fortunately, the Nirvana Battle Armor had blocked most of the power for him. Otherwise, his body would have been shattered by Old Demon Northern Immortal's punch. The difference was too great. It wasn't a difference in combat strength, but a difference in cultivation realm. This punch was the sum of 3 Immortal Realm heavenly gates, and it also contained Old Devil Baimang's technique and Tao. After channeling the power of primal chaos into it, even if Yi Xian's physical body was extremely terrifying, he would still suffer heavy injuries from this punch. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. As Yi Xian was sent flying, Old Demon Northern Immortal instantly activated the Tribulation Transcender Transformation. His aura skyrocketed, and he finally stabilized his flying body in midair. He's not dead yet. Seeing that Yi Xian was actually able to survive his all-out attack, Old Devil Baimang looked at him in a daze. He even suspected that he'd used his full strength. Why was Yi Xian able to survive? From the looks of it, he only suffered some light injuries. I don't believe I can't kill you. Boom. 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 Old Demon Northern Immortal strode toward Yi Xian. His body seemed slow, but he ignored the distance between them. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yi Xian. 2 mountain-like fists violently smashed toward Yi Xian. Martial Law World. You have the demonic body, but Yi Xian also has the martial law world. Buzz. Yi Xian's body shook, and his body began to grow. An extremely obscure death light wrapped around his body. The attack symbol art was operating at a terrifying speed, directly affecting his body. In the next moment, Yi Xian's body swelled to the extreme, transforming into a body of 8 feet. Although the death light was extremely weak, it continued to circulate around his body, giving Yi Xian an extremely mysterious aura. Scram! Yi Xian also swung his fists toward Old Demon Northern Immortal. Along with the sound of heaven and earth exploding, the two's fists constantly collided. Bang! 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 The world exploded, and the earth sank. The world within millions of miles trembled. The power of the two's eruption was too widespread. The people of the 3 factions retreated far away, not daring to enter the center of this terrifying battle. Clang! 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 This was a battle of physical bodies. Every time Yi Xian and Old Demon Northern Immortal collided, it would end in a draw. However, both of them were fighting with their full strength, and they had no intention of retreating at all. A large amount of blood drifted out between the two of them. Chapter 1480. Bang! The first punch could shatter the sun and moon, the second punch could shatter the galaxy, the third punch could overturn the universe, the fourth punch could suppress the primal chaos. Heaven and earth exploded and the earth sank. Every time Yi Xian punched out, the void would explode. The resplendent and domineering fist lights continued to blast towards Old Demon Northern Mang. Old Demon Baiming was also doing his best to counterattack. Demonic energy surged from his body as his pair of demonic fists smashed towards Yi Xian with all his might. The two of them fought without any regard for their lives. In this crazy exchange of blows, both of them suffered quite a bit of damage. Let's see how long you can last. Dang, Old Demon Northern Mang roared as his fist smashed into Yi Xian's chest. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. You still have a long way to go. Yi Xian fiercely roared as he similarly punched Old Devil Baimang's body. Fine cracks appeared on his body as a strand of blood flowed out from his body. What kind of joke was this? The attack symbol art was a great taboo technique that Eternal Shadow had passed down to Yi Xian. It was known as the third greatest offensive technique of all time. Although Old Demon Northern Mang's cultivation was much higher than Yi Xian's, the attack symbol art was too terrifying. Naturally, he had suffered considerable injuries. Bang! The battle between the two of them happened in a flash. After exchanging punches, they were both sent flying. Large amounts of blood flowed down from the void. However, both of them were heavily injured this time. Thus, they did not immediately start fighting again. Above the dome, a confrontation took place. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian or Old Devil Baiming, both of them were panting heavily. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, and their fists were badly mutilated. Drops of blood continuously flowed out from their fists, causing people to feel extremely terrified at first glance. After exchanging such terrifying blows, both of them were under a terrifying pressure. Because each of their attacks was a matter of life and death, neither of them dared to be careless. Brat, you've already used 10% of your strength, but I've only used 70%. Old Demon Northern Mang grinned cruelly. His devil arts were enough to shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying devil mist rose from his body, constantly healing his injuries. However, Old Demon Northern Mang's eyes were sinister and vicious. When he looked at Yi Xian, his gaze was filled with killing intent. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not have any injuries on his body. This was because he had taken advantage of Old Demon Northern Mang. The Nirvana battle armor had allowed his body to remain unharmed. However, this was only on the surface. Yi Xian's body seemed to be unharmed, but his inner palace had already been severely damaged. This was because every strike from Old Demon Northern Mang was too heavy. Even though the Nirvana battle armor had blocked a large amount of the attacks for him, they still affected his inner palace. The injuries he suffered were not lighter than Old Demon Northern Mang's. 70%. Yi Xian sneered sinisterly. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Everyone knew how to boast. Even Immortal Realm experts were the same. At this level of battle, attacking one's mind was also a kind of battle strategy. If one could break the opponent's confidence, it would naturally increase one's chances of victory. Unfortunately, Old Demon Northern Mang's boasting was a little too much. Yi Xian admitted that he was indeed very strong. However, to say that Old Demon Northern Mang had only used 70% of his strength was a joke in Yi Xian's eyes. This was because a person's eyes could see a lot of things. Although Old Demon Northern Mang appeared to be confident in defeating Yi Xian could see a kind of apprehension in his eyes. Although Old Demon Northern Mang concealed it very well, the heaviness that occasionally leaked out let Yi Xian know that Old Demon Northern Mang was not having an easy time. Kid, you have indeed made me look at you in a new light. I have to say that you are already so terrifyingly strong at the Dao integration realm. There are only a few people in the dozens of Daiyuan dynasties who are as strong as you. If I let you step into the immortal realm, I'm afraid I will really die in your hands today. Old Demon Northern Mang sincerely praised. This time, there was no hypocrisy. He just sneered and shook his head. He continued, "What a pity. You are only at the Tao integration realm. Today, even if I don't have the heaven-shattering cauldron, I will still kill you. Otherwise, when you step into the immortal realm in the future, you will definitely kill me." Demon descends. Roar. Old demon Northern Mang roared furiously. His Zhang 8 demon body emitted boundless demon light. The spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth constantly gathered towards him. Obviously, he was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. He wanted to quickly heal his injuries and give Yi Xian a fatal blow. "Kid, do you know why the immortal realm is known as the pinnacle of the chaotic world?" Old demon Northern Mang laughed maniacally. While absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to heal the injuries on his physical body, he was also giving pointers to Yi Xian. "Let me tell you. The biggest advantage of the immortal realm is that it is compatible with the chaotic universe. It can borrow the power of the chaotic universe in battle. It can also absorb the power of the chaotic universe during battle. This is the fundamental strength of the immortal realm." What is the immortal realm? The chaotic universe is indestructible, and the immortal realm exists forever. If you don't enter the immortal realm, you will never understand this principle. Today, I will let you know the true terror of the immortal realm. I will let your soul scatter between heaven and earth. Old demon Northern Mang laughed maniacally. The spiritual energy roaming between heaven and earth whizzed over and constantly healed his injured physical body. His aura was also rising again. His might was simply terrifying to the extreme. "You are really a joke." Seeing old demon Northern Mang absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, Yi Xian really laughed. Old demon Northern Mang was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. Tribulation Transcender devour the heavens. Roar. In the next moment, Yi Xian laughed sinisterly. An extremely terrifying black mist rose from his body, and a furious roar sounded out. Yi Xian opened his mouth wide, and a suction force that was like a giant whale drinking water exploded out. The spiritual energy that was originally roaming between heaven and earth instantly became violent. Hua! Hua! It was as if the 9 heavenly galaxies were hanging upside down, as if the waves of primal chaos were surging over. The spiritual energy within tens of thousands of kilometers instantly became a vacuum. A resplendent river of spiritual energy condensed and crazily surged towards Yi Xian. Roar! The river of spiritual energy surged violently and was swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach in an extremely terrifying manner. The spiritual energy that old demon Northern Mang was absorbing was directly plundered by Yi Xian. Old demon Northern Mang was unable to absorb even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Demonic heaven-devouring art. Such a terrifying scene instantly stunned old demon Northern Mang. His face instantly turned pale. He simply couldn't accept this situation and didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. But this wasn't the end. How terrifying was the profound meaning of the Calamity Transcender technique and the demonic heaven-devouring art. Plundering the world and devouring all living beings. When these two devouring techniques were combined into one, the devouring power that appeared was simply unimaginable. Rumble. The spiritual energy within millions of miles of heaven and earth was completely sucked dry. All of it turned into a river of spiritual energy that was swallowed by Yi Xian. The boundless earth sank in a terrifying manner. The vegetation on the earth turned into ashes. Naturally, the life force that was born within it was not spared by Yi Xian. Chapter 1481. Mountains were collapsing and the world was cracking. The combination of the two devouring techniques was too terrifying. It could devour everything around it to heal the injuries it suffered. Yi Xian's injuries were recovering at a terrifying rate. This was also the terrifying aspect of the Calamity Transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art. Otherwise, these two techniques would not be called supreme techniques. Are you a monster? In the next moment, old demon Northern Mang screamed in horror and his face turned pale. However, he regretted it as soon as he said this because the word monster did not apply to Yi Xian. Old demon Northern Mang no longer had any words to express his current feelings. He was simply shocked by Yi Xian's methods, and a heavy feeling rose in his heart. Go die! Old demon Northern Mang roared in horror. He no longer wanted to guess who Yi Xian was or why he had so many supreme techniques. There were also some terrifying techniques that he had never heard of before. He only wanted to kill Yi Xian as soon as possible and completely eradicate this threat. Strange. Horrifying. Palpitating. No words could express what old demon Northern Mang was feeling at this moment, but he knew very well that if he did not kill Yi Xian today, he would definitely die in Yi Xian's hands in the future. Boom! Old demon Northern Mang rushed forward because he could not give Yi Xian the chance to continue devouring. If he waited until Yi Xian recovered to his peak state, it would be even more difficult to kill Yi Xian. Die! It had to be said that old demon Northern Mang was about to open the fourth heaven gate. His methods were indeed terrifying. Even though he had been injured by Yi Xian, the power he erupted with was not weak. Bang! Yi Xian raised his fist and directly collided with old devil Bei Mang. The two of them once again crazily fought, but this time, old devil Bei Mang had clearly made up his mind. He was fighting with his life on the line, only wanting to kill Yi Xian. Clang! Old demon Northern Mang had gone completely berserk. His eyes had even turned scarlet red. At this moment, he no longer held back and used all of his fierce and murderous techniques. All he wanted to do was to annihilate Yi Xian as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not a clay puppet. Although his cultivation was not as high as old demon Northern Mang's, it was still too early for old demon Northern Mang to kill him. The two of them madly attacked each other, and it was impossible to determine the victor. At this moment, Yi Xian was finally able to conclude one thing. Although he was at a disadvantage against old demon Bai Ming, he was still in an invincible position. This also meant that his cultivation was indeed strong enough to deal with an immortal realm expert who had opened the third gate of heaven. The battle between the two was too intense, which shocked the people from the three sections. Not many people were paying attention to the battle between the Goddess Sect Master and Dark North Sect Master. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart while the mountains and rivers were obliterated. This battle affected an area of a myriad of kilometers, causing the ground to be covered in desolation while the sky was blasted apart and repaired. The winds and clouds in the heavens and the earth surged violently, and the imposing aura that shook the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers was too intense. Bang! Ah! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion resounded, accompanied by a painful wail. An indescribably terrifying aura shrouded the entire area. The Goddess Sect Master spurted out blood and was sent flying. Her beautiful body was smashed into pieces, and a large amount of blood dyed her white clothes red. Die! Boom! Dark North Sect Master suddenly appeared in front of the Goddess Sect Master with a small cauldron in his hand. The small cauldron was shining mysteriously, and this mysterious light seemed to have given Dark North Sect Master an extremely terrifying power that the Goddess Sect Master could not resist. Bang! One strike. It was just one strike, and this strike was launched by Dark North Sect Master with the small cauldron. It landed heavily on the Goddess Sect Master's body, severely injuring her to the brink of death. A large amount of blood gushed out from her body as she fell down. Dao friend, save me. After suffering a fatal blow, the Goddess Sect Master cried for help from Yi Xian. This also made Yi Xian, who was in a frenzied battle with old demon Bai Ming, slightly change his expression. He activated the power of time and extended his 5 fingers toward the Goddess Sect Master. Swoosh! Under the influence of the power of time, the goddess sect master was instantly rescued by Yi Xian. Yi Xian brought the goddess sect master away from the battlefield in an instant and only stopped after retreating for 10,000 miles. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. No one expected that the goddess sect master, who clearly had the upper hand, would suddenly be defeated by Dark North sect master. She even almost died at his hands. If not for Yi Xian's timely rescue, the goddess sect master would not even have a corpse left. Heaven, shattering, cauldron. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and spat out these words one by one. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes as he looked at Dark North sect master. Huff, huff, huff. On the other side, Dark North sect master was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He dragged the heaven-shattering cauldron with one hand while panting heavily. However, the smile on his face was extremely sinister and filled with pride. Taoist Dark North, let's work together and kill them. Old Demon Biming instantly appeared before Dark North sect master and directly invited him to work together. He could not kill Yi Xian at all right now. As long as Dark North sect master worked with him, he could truly get rid of this troublesome Yi Xian. He can use the heaven-shattering cauldron. I wasn't paying attention, the goddess sect master clutched her chest as she spoke weakly. Blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had suffered unimaginable injuries after being hit by the cauldron twice in a row. Even the goddess sect master did not expect Dark North sect master to be able to use this legendary Chaos Supreme treasure. If she had known earlier, she would not have been so careless. Ha ha ha. Although Dark North sect master's face was pale and bloodless, he laughed maniacally with the cauldron in his hand. The cauldron shone with a mysterious luster in his palm. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to tremble. Even one's soul would tremble violently. This was proof that the heaven-shattering cauldron was indeed extremely terrifying. You guys are underestimating your sect master too much. Why do you think your sect master is so patient? As the Dark North sect leader spoke, he stared fixedly at Yi Xian and the Heaven Maiden sect leader. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. The heaven-shattering cauldron is a Chaos Supreme treasure. Your sect master has been studying it for many years. Although I haven't managed to comprehend the profoundness within it, I have found a way to use it. Today, all of you will die under this Chaos Supreme treasure. Dark North sect master's killing intent was torrential as he roared at Yi Xian and the others. Let's retreat quickly. Neither of us can stop this heaven-shattering cauldron. The goddess sect master spoke with a trembling voice. She had just experienced the terrifying might of this Chaos Supreme treasure. Now that she was severely injured, all she wanted to do was to retreat. How could she be a match for Dark North sect master? Furthermore, Yi Xian was no longer at his peak state. In the battle with Dark North sect master, he had also expended a huge amount of his cultivation base. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for both of them. Taoist Dark North sect master, let's join hands and kill them. Dark North sect master said coldly. He believed that Dark North sect master would definitely choose to work with him. After all, only by working together would they truly be able to kill Yi Xian and the goddess sect master. Alright, then you can die first. Bang! Dark North sect master sneered. The heaven-shattering cauldron suddenly disappeared from his hand and reappeared in front of Dark North sect master, ruthlessly smashing down on his demonic body. Chapter 1482. Wah! Old Devil Biming spat out a mouthful of blood as a large hole appeared in his indestructible body. He then let out a shrill roar. No one had expected that Sect Master Biming would choose not to cooperate with Old Devil Biming and instead launch a sneak attack on him. He even wanted to use this opportunity to kill Old Devil Biming. Sky Demon Disintegration. It had to be said that old Devil Biming was indeed quite capable. Even after suffering a blow from the heaven-shattering cauldron, he still managed to survive. He turned into a wisp of black mist and instantly disappeared. This sky demon disintegration technique stunned Sect Master Biming. I will remember today's matter. When I open the fourth heaven gate, I will definitely settle this with all of you. Old Devil Biming fled, but his enraged and resentful voice rang out. It had always been old Devil Biming who schemed against others, but now, he had been schemed against one after another. Not only did he fail to snatch the heaven-shattering cauldron, but he also escaped with serious injuries. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. However, the current situation did not allow him to stay. He could only flee with his injuries and wait for Yi Xian, Sect Master Biming, and the others to settle the score. Leave quickly. The fairy Sect Master warned Yi Xian. She was even more fearful of the small cauldron in Sect Master Biming's hand. Even old Devil Biming could not resist it. Although it was a sneak attack, it also proved that the heaven-shattering cauldron was too terrifying. Leave. Where should I go? You can come in now. Yi Xian gave a strange smile as a treasured gourd appeared in his hand. He gently removed the cork and aimed it at the fairy Sect Master. A terrifying suction force immediately acted on her body. Are you crazy? What are you doing? The fairy Sect Master did not expect Yi Xian to attack her at this moment. This made her furious. She could not understand why Yi Xian would do such a thing. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not resist at all. She was already seriously injured and was directly sucked into the gourd. Yi Xian casually put away the treasured gourd and looked at Sect Master Biming with a smile. You. The Dark North sect leader frowned as bewilderment flashed through his eyes. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually make a move against the goddess sect leader at such a time. This was simply unbelievable to him. But in the next moment, Hierarch Dark North regained his composure. A cruel smile appeared on his face because no matter what Yi Xian's goal was, he would still die in the end. He had been waiting for this day for 100,000 years, all for the sake of eliminating all threats in one fell swoop. All of this was part of his plan. Yi Daoyu is truly capable. You instigated a war between the three sects, allowing the northern region's celestial court to rise to prominence. Of the three great sects, I am the only one left. Even old demon Northern Mang was used by you. Your scheming and shrewdness is truly admirable. Sect Master Dark North held the small cauldron in his hand as he loudly praised Yi Xian. He. Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very elegant as he slowly walked towards Dark North Sect Master. Yi Xian smiled and said, in terms of scheming and shrewdness, I am naturally not as good as Daoist Dark North. The war between the three sects has been in a stalemate for 100,000 years, but Daoist Dark North was still able to endure and use the heaven-shattering cauldron at the last moment. In my opinion, you can be considered a formidable character. Stop. As he watched Yi Xian continuously walk towards him, the Dark North sect leader's expression abruptly turned gloomy as he let out an explosive shout. Although he had the heaven-shattering cauldron in his hand and believed that he would be the final victor, for some reason, he felt uneasy after seeing Yi Xian's calmness. Are you afraid of me? Yi Xian smiled evilly and stopped 10 meters away from the Dark North Hierarch. However, his smile caused the Dark North Hierarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, as if Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head. Afraid of you? Dark North Sect Master coldly rebuked, what a joke. I have the heaven-shattering cauldron in my hand. Killing you is as easy as pie. Oh. Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. Then, he crooked his finger at Dark North Sect Master and said, then I would like to see how you kill me with the heaven-shattering cauldron. You are courting death. Dark North Sect Master's expression flickered, but he didn't make a move because he knew his situation very well. He only had one chance to make a move. If he didn't succeed, he would definitely be in danger. In the previous battle with the fairy sect master, he had always been at a disadvantage and had even suffered from the fairy sect master's vicious attacks. He had already suffered heavy injuries. Although these injuries weren't serious, they still affected his battle prowess. Moreover, he had already seen Yi Xian's methods. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't dare to say that he could kill Yi Xian. The most important problem wasn't these, but that he could only use the heaven-shattering cauldron one last time. He had used it once to defeat the fairy sect master and once again to severely injure Northern Mang. Now, he only had one last chance to use the heaven-shattering cauldron, so he didn't dare to be careless. Although Dark North Sect Master hadn't comprehended the profundities of the heaven-shattering cauldron after obtaining it for so many years, he had found a way to activate this Chaos Supreme treasure. However, this method of activation had a huge price. Every time he activated it, he would have to consume his life essence. This was also why he waited until the last moment to use the heaven-shattering cauldron. He wanted to eliminate all the hidden dangers in one fell swoop. If he could use the heaven-shattering cauldron without restraint, he would have already dominated the entire northern region and wouldn't have let the war between the three sects go on for 100,000 years. Now, he could only use the heaven-shattering cauldron one last time, so he was extremely cautious. What? You don't dare to make a move? Dong, dong, dong. Yi Xian leisurely strolled towards the Dark North Hierarch. With every step he took, the sound of his footsteps could be heard. This kind of footsteps gave the Dark North Hierarch a great deal of pressure. What's going on? Why is it like this? What am I afraid of? Kill him? Shouldn't I kill him? Looking at Yi Xian walking towards him step by step, Dark North Sect Master's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't stop himself from retreating as he roared madly in his heart. Dark North Sect Master didn't know what was wrong with him. Everything was going according to his plan, and the heaven-shattering cauldron was his greatest trump card. He could take Yi Xian's life with just one strike, but the fear in his heart prevented him from making a move. The source of this fear was Yi Xian. Dark North Sect Master was very sure of his feeling. It was as if there was something on Yi Xian that restrained him. If he made a move, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1483. I can give you one last chance. If you don't kill me now, you won't have another chance. Yi Xian gave a strange smile. His voice sounded like a curse in Dark North Sect Master's ears. However, his smile was too mocking and disdainful. This caused Dark North Sect Master's eyes to turn red and his face to contort with extreme malevolence. Since you want to die, this Sect Master will fulfill your wish. Die. Boom. Finally, Dark North Sect Master cast aside the uneasiness and fear in his heart. The heaven-shattering cauldron flew out of his hand. A mysterious light blossomed from the small cauldron as it smashed down on Yi Xian's head. This attack was too simple and did not display any terrifying might. However, it was precisely this simple attack that the fairy sect leader and old fiend Northern Mang were unable to dodge. They had almost died under the heaven-shattering void cauldron. Sir, be careful. Sect Master. Fatso Huang, Gu Beichen, and the others roared in fear. Daoist Green Ghost and the others also warned in horror. They had just witnessed the terrifying power of the heaven-shattering cauldron and were deeply afraid that Yi Xian would follow in old demon Beimang's footsteps. Die. Seeing that the heaven-shattering cauldron was about to smash down on Yi Xian's head, Dark North Sect Master finally let out a wild laugh. It was as if he could already see Yi Xian's miserable death. It's really boring. Suddenly, Yi Xian smiled. An ancient bronze scripture silently appeared in front of him. The small cauldron that was smashing down on his head suddenly froze in midair. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, it gently landed in Yi Xian's hand. Retrieve. Yi Xian's sleeves fluttered. The heaven-shattering cauldron and the ancient bronze scripture disappeared as if they had never appeared. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. When this strange scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes were filled with a dazed look. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? What had happened? What was going on? A series of question marks rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. Everyone had witnessed the terror of the heaven-shattering cauldron. Even terrifying figures like the fairy sect mistress and old fiend Northern Mang could not withstand a single strike. Why was Yi Xian unscathed and even took the small cauldron away? It was as if Yi Xian had done something so casual that no one dared to believe it. This was the legendary heaven-shattering cauldron. How could it be so easily neutralized by Yi Xian? No one could understand the reason behind this. Even the Dark North hierarch was staring blankly at him. However, in the next moment, his face turned deathly pale as he looked at Yi Xian with a gaze of fear that he'd never felt before. "You, who are you, who exactly are you? Heaven Void Cauldron. Give me back the Heaven Void Cauldron." Dark North screamed shrilly, seeming to have fallen into a state of madness. He madly pounced on Yi Xian, because he couldn't accept this result. Boom! Yi Xian's face revealed a cruel expression. He instantly took out his heaven-destroying halberd and swung it at Dark North. Puff! Blood spurted out, penetrating the bones. Dark North screamed as Yi Xian's halberd pierced through his shoulder. Dark North instantly came to his senses, knowing that he had completely lost. Die! Puff! Yi Xian grinned maliciously. His halberd vibrated and cut off one of Dark North's arms. Blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by Dark North's shrill roar. Boom! Yi Xian didn't give in when he gained the upper hand. His halberd once again pierced towards the Dark North sect leader. This time, it went straight for the center of the Dark North sect leader's brows. Dark North Sky Escape. Facing such a vicious attack from Yi Xian, the Dark North sect leader let out a mournful roar. He directly activated his life-saving technique, and his entire body transformed into a wisp of cold smoke as he shot towards the distance. Dark North was a sect master who had opened the third gate of heaven. It was very difficult for Yi Xian to kill him head-on. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. At this moment, Dark North was fleeing in a sorry state. He didn't even hesitate to activate his life-saving technique. Even Yi Xian would find it very difficult to kill him. The difference in cultivation level is indeed too great. Watching Dark North disappear, Yi Xian frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Dark North, but that he couldn't. Although the space-time power could lock onto Dark North, Yi Xian's cultivation level was too far apart from Dark North's. Even the space-time power couldn't stop Dark North. This was a difference in cultivation level that couldn't be made up for by other means. Just like how Dark North Demon had fled earlier, Yi Xian also wanted to kill Dark North Demon. However, he didn't have the ability to stop Dark North Demon from escaping. However, Yi Xian wasn't too worried that Dark North and Dark North Demon would become a hidden danger. After all, both of them were seriously injured. They wouldn't be able to recover from their injuries without tens of thousands of years of recuperation. To Yi Xian, they weren't a threat. Right now, Yi Xian was most concerned about the heaven-shattering cauldron in his hand. He had finally obtained the small cauldron. Moreover, he had the cultivation resources of the 3 sections. Moreover, he still had 4 Immortal Realm experts in his treasured gourd. This was what he was most concerned about. The 2 supreme elders of Dark North Sect, Dark North Sect Leader, and Fairy Sect Leader were 4 Immortal Realm experts. The value of these 4 Immortal Realm experts was immeasurable. They were also the biggest help for Yi Xian to break through to the Immortal Realm. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was completely focused on his own cultivation. With the cultivation resources of the three sects, the four immortal realm experts, and the heaven-shattering cauldron in his hands, Yi Xian could be said to be completely prepared. At this moment, Yi Xian's only ambition was to enter seclusion. He wanted to push himself into the immortal realm in one go. This was what he valued the most. As for Dark North Demon and Dark North Demon, they weren't that important in Yi Xian's eyes. When he broke through to the immortal realm, these two wouldn't be a match for him at all. They would only become two sets of dried bones under his feet. The Celestial Court rules over the northern region. Anyone who doesn't want to submit will have their sect annihilated. No one will be left alive. Yi Xian's face was cold. His voice spread out in all directions, causing people's hearts to tremble. The people of the three sects were speechless. They didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Yes, sect leader. The four immortal realm experts hurriedly bowed. The celestial court of the northern region was even more excited. Only the people of the three sects were trembling in fear. However, under Yi Xian's terrifying might, they all knelt down. They knew that if they dared to resist Yi Xian, the only outcome would be death. Buzz. Yi Xian took a step forward and disappeared. What happened next was extremely simple. The three sects had already suffered heavy losses in the war. Now, all of them were subdued by the celestial court of the northern region. Henceforth, the three great sects of the northern region no longer existed. The celestial court of the northern region swept through the entire northern region, becoming the only supreme great sect in the northern region. Moreover, this wasn't the end. The rise of every great sect was filled with bloody massacres. Under the leadership of the four immortal realm experts, the celestial court of the northern region swept through the entire northern region. All the sects and orthodoxies, big and small, submitted to them. Those who didn't submit were all slaughtered. Chapter 1484. The snow bamboo peak was located in the vast Mount Han. Mister, are you really going to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the immortal realm? On the peak of the Mount Han, Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen looked at Yi Xian excitedly. Yi Xian looked down at the sea of clouds in front of him. His eyes were deep as he said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, I am well prepared. I believe that breaking through to the immortal realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just that. Yi Xian paused for a moment. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes, and he didn't finish his sentence. With the resources of the three religions and the cultivation of the four immortal realm experts, Yi Xian believed that he could break through to the immortal realm in one go. However, he was faced with a huge problem. The immortal tribulation. Yes, the immortal tribulation. Only by facing the immortal tribulation and truly passing it could he be considered to have stepped into the immortal realm. Yi Xian was very clear about one thing. His immortal tribulation would be extremely terrifying. This could be seen from his past experiences. Almost every time he went through it, he would have a slim chance of survival. And the immortal tribulation would definitely be even more terrifying. This was one of Yi Xian's worries. To be honest, Yi Xian didn't have much confidence in passing the immortal tribulation by himself. His only hope now was the small cauldron he had just obtained. If he could comprehend the mysteries of the small cauldron, he might be able to pass the immortal tribulation. Mister, how long will you be in closed-door cultivation this time? If old demon Baiming and hierarch Baiming show up, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist them. At that time. Fatso Huang said hesitantly. Don't worry. As long as I don't show up, the two of them won't dare to act rashly. Besides, they are seriously injured. Even if they want to recover, it will take them tens of thousands of years. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Rumble. On this day, the snow bamboo peak was sealed off by endless clouds. Without Yi Xian's permission, no one was allowed to enter. Violators would be killed without mercy. On the peak of the snow bamboo peak. Wang. Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and a spirit light soared into the sky. 3 heavenly treasures the size of small mountains appeared, and a vast amount of spirit energy surged out like a vast ocean. Come! Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he roared. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Today was the day he would break through to the sempiternal realm. Only by breaking through to the sempiternal realm would he be qualified to return to the central great region. That would be his true battlefield. Roar! Swallowing the heavens and swallowing the earth, destroying everything in its path. Under the profound meaning of the Calamity Transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art, the 3 mountain-like heavenly materials crazily spun before turning into a long river that rushed towards Yi Xian's body. Refine! Yi Xian roared repeatedly in a low voice like the waves of an ocean or the eruption of a volcano. His body swelled terrifyingly, like a rubber ball that was about to burst. His skin was as red as hot iron, and an extremely terrifying aura was constantly bursting out. Rumble. The heaven burial technique circulated crazily in Yi Xian's body, and Yi Xian's aura gradually strengthened. His cultivation base, which was originally at the late stage of the Tao integration stage, was rapidly advancing towards the perfected Tao integration stage with the help of the 3 sex resources. Heaven and earth spiritual treasures, sacred treasures, and even universal divine pills. The 3 sects had accumulated a terrifying amount of cultivation resources over the years, and any one of them was rare in the world. At this moment, all of them had become Yi Xian's food to help him break through to the sempiternal realm. Time passed bit by bit, and Yi Xian's swollen body gradually stabilized. However, an inexplicable aura was rising around him. As a loud bang came from his body, it was as if some shackles in his body had been broken, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a stream of turbid air spurted out from his mouth. A crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Perfected Tao integration stage. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he frowned slightly. According to Yi Xian's calculations, the 3 sex resources he had devoured were enough for him to break through to the sempiternal realm. However, he didn't expect that the 3 sex resources would only help him break through to the perfected Tao integration stage. It was impossible for him to break through to the sempiternal realm. So many heavenly treasures and chaos spiritual treasures, but they only helped me break through by 1 minor realm. Yi Xian muttered to himself in a heavy voice. Yi Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to break through to the sempiternal realm, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Just the amount of cultivation resources he needed was unimaginable. His body was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. It wasn't that Yi Xian was conceited, but it was just that if the resources he plundered from the 3 sects were used by a Tao querying cultivator, he would be able to create at least 10 immortal realm cultivators. However, when used on him, it actually only increased by a small realm. Yi Xian couldn't accept the disparity. Fortunately, Yi Xian was able to adjust himself quickly. After all, his battle prowess couldn't be separated from the resources he needed. Wang. Yi Xian remained silent for a moment before his eyes flickered. He flipped his palm and a gourd appeared in his hand. A cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, Yi Xian had made preparations to break through to the sempiternal realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through to the sempiternal realm with just the 3 sex resources. Pop! Yi Xian gently pulled out the stopper of the gourd. 4 wisps of green smoke floated out from the gourd and turned into 4 figures that appeared before Yi Xian. Seal! Yi Xian pointed out 4 times in a row. The power of time rippled out, instantly sealing the 4 of them. Yi Tian, what are you trying to do? Tongming sect master roared at Yi Xian with his hair disheveled and his body covered in blood. However, his aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he had been severely injured in the previous battle and couldn't resist at all. Sect Master Yi, please spare our lives. The two great elders of the Dark North sect begged for mercy in fear. They were deeply afraid that Yi Xian would suddenly attack and take their lives. Yi Daoyu, what are you trying to do? The fairy sect leader's face was pale. Her white dress was stained with blood, and she looked at Yi Xian with an extremely heavy expression. There was even a trace of regret in her eyes. The fairy sect master knew that Yi Xian was ambitious and definitely wasn't a kind person. However, she still chose to cooperate with him. However, the fairy sect master didn't expect that she would be seriously injured by sect master Dark North with the heaven-shattering cauldron. This also gave Yi Xian a chance to suppress her. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. At this moment, she had fallen into Yi Xian's hands and her cultivation had been sealed by Yi Xian. At this moment, her life and death were in Yi Xian's hands. Tribulation Transcender Heaven Devouring Technique. Yi Xian didn't say any nonsense at all. In his eyes, these four people were just food in his mouth. Why should he explain anything about food? Roar! An extremely terrifying black fog rose around Yi Xian's body. The mysteries of the Tribulation Transcender Technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art were fully released. Yi Xian's eyes turned scarlet, and the terrifying black fog rose around him and submerged the two grand elders of the Dark North sect. Chapter 1485. Ah! No! What is this thing? How vicious were the Calamity Transcender Technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art. The two grand elders were submerged in the black fog, and their flesh and blood rapidly melted away. Miserable screams came from their mouths. The Calamity Transcender Technique devoured the flesh and soul of living beings, and the heaven-devouring demonic art was even more tyrannical and vicious. The pain brought about by the combination of the two was simply unimaginable. This also caused the two grand elders to howl in pain. Roar! The two grand elders died amidst their miserable cries, leaving only two skeletons behind. Their cultivation turned into a surging river of blood that rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian frantically devoured them. Heaven-devouring demonic art. This scene caused the fairy sect leader and Tongming sect leader to scream in horror. Even though the two of them were indifferent to life and death, their hearts still turned cold when they saw such a strange and terrifying scene. At this moment, the fairy sect leader and Tongming sect leader finally understood what Yi Xian wanted to do. Yi Xian's goal was to devour their cultivation and step into the immortal realm in one fell swoop. Ah! Suddenly, just as the two sect leaders were frightened, a furious roar came from Yi Xian's mouth. This also caused the two sect leaders to look at Yi Xian in horror. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was as red as fire. Scorching aura was spewing out from his mouth and nose. Waves of extremely terrifying fluctuations erupted from his body, and even the surrounding void was constantly exploding. After devouring two immortals and opening the second gate of heaven, this was an extremely beneficial item for Yi Xian. His cultivation, which was originally at the peak of the Tao integration stage, once again increased explosively, and he finally charged towards the immortal realm. Ah! Boom! The next moment, a painful roar came from Yi Xian's mouth again. He hugged his head and rolled crazily in the void as if he was suffering unimaginable torture. Terrifying green veins bulged all over Yi Xian's body. These green veins were sinister and wriggling under Yi Xian's skin like maggots. Yi Xian's painful expression was extremely hideous and terrifying. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his body began to crack. What's wrong with him? Tongming sect leader asked in horror and looked at Yi Xian with a face of bewilderment. I understand now. The fairy sect master's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her despairing face. This person's cultivation level is so terrifying that he can go against the immortal realm at the Tao querying realm. However, his cultivation level is advancing too quickly. To a large extent, it's caused by devouring his Tao. He has just devoured 2 Immortal Realm experts and is trying to forcefully break through to the Immortal Realm. This has already caused the energy in his body to go berserk. He can't control it at all. It won't be long before he explodes and dies, said the fairy sect leader. Good. As the fairy sect leader finished speaking, Tongming's sect leader clapped his hands and laughed. He looked at Yi Xian with a gloating expression. Suppress. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared again and again. The sky-burying technique was circulating crazily. Strands of grey light burst out. Clearly, Yi Xian wanted to forcefully suppress the cultivation base that was rampaging in his body. Indeed, as the fairy sect leader said, Yi Xian's cultivation base was advancing too fast. Moreover, he had just devoured 2 Immortal Realm experts. He should have stabilized his cultivation base before breaking through. However, Yi Xian was too anxious. He directly mobilized his cultivation base to break through to the Immortal Realm. This caused him to suffer a backlash that made him unable to control the rampaging cultivation base in his body. Let's use a simple example. It was like a thin and weak person who could only lift 50 kilograms of weight suddenly being able to lift 200 kilograms of weight. The difference in strength would cause the person to be unable to control his own strength and hurt himself. Yi Xian was in such a situation. Yi Xian had just reached the perfected Tao integration realm. He had not even stabilized his cultivation base. He immediately devoured the cultivation base of 2 Immortal Realm experts and chose to break through to the Immortal Realm. This caused him a huge backlash. Arg! Yi Xian roared in pain. He was frantically suppressing the rampaging cultivation base in his body while trying to break through to the Immortal Realm. This kind of torture was simply too extreme. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to stop, but it was a pity that he couldn't. He could only suppress the cultivation within his body while guiding this energy to break through to the Immortal Realm. If he gave up halfway, his body would explode and he would die. Bang! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out from Yi Xian's body. It was as if there was a heavenly gate that was tightly shut in his body. At this moment, Yi Xian had to blast open this heavenly gate. Pooh! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Xian's mouth. Every time he blasted open the shackles in his body, he would cause unimaginable injuries to Yi Xian. The heavenly gate was too strong. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried, it would not budge in the slightest. How can this be? How can this be? Blood, fresh blood, magnificent and desolate blood. The blood continued to flow out from Yi Xian's body, making him look like a bloody man. However, his eyes were abnormally calm. He endured unimaginable pain and continued to blast open the shackles in his body. He is still persevering. At this moment, Tongming's face, which was originally filled with schadenfreude, turned pale as a sheet. What terrifying perseverance! He actually made it through. The goddess sect leader could no longer remain calm. She originally thought that Yi Xian would explode and die. She did not expect Yi Xian to make it through and use the berserk cultivation in his body to try to break through to the sempiternal realm. Why can't I break it? Why can't I break it? Yi Xian roared savagely. His cultivation was still circulating crazily. Blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The shackles of the sempiternal realm were impregnable. No matter how Yi Xian blasted them, they did not budge. He could not see any hope of breaking through to the sempiternal realm. I'm not strong enough. I must not be strong enough. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a sinister roar. His eyes abruptly fell onto the bodies of the fairy sect leader and Tongming. A trace of insanity flashed through his eyes, and that vicious smile made one's hair stand on end. What kind of look was that? Ferocious. Cruel. Vicious. Bloody. Crazy, this kind of look made the two sect leaders suck in a breath of cold air. This was a man-eating gaze. The two of them were like lambs, and Yi Xian was like a crazed tiger that was about to open its bloody mouth and swallow them whole. What are you doing? Tong Ming retreated in horror. Yi Tian, don't be rash. Even if you devour our cultivation, it won't help you break through to the sempiternal realm. It will only cause your body to explode. You can't control this external force at all. The goddess sect leader spoke while trembling. She had already seen the madness in Yi Xian's eyes and understood Yi Xian's thoughts at this moment. Die for me. Boom. The tribulation transcender devoured the sky, and black fog filled the air. Amidst Yi Xian's vicious roar, he finally stretched out his palm toward the two sect leaders. Chapter 1486. Roar. Yi Xian let out a thunderous roar. His 5 fingers were like a giant hand that sucked the two sect masters in front of him. His unusually bloody eyes were cruel and ferocious, causing the two sect masters to roar again and again. They wanted to use their cultivation to get rid of Yi Xian's suppression. Unfortunately, the two sect masters were already seriously injured, and their cultivation was sealed by the space-time power. At this moment, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Yi Xian. Roar. At this moment, Yi Xian was too terrifying. He bared his white teeth and roared like an ancient fierce beast. It was as if he was going to swallow the two sect masters into his stomach in the next moment. No. Stop. When death was about to come, the two sect masters trembled and roared. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their limbs were frantically struggling to resist. However, this kind of ignorant behavior looked extremely ridiculous. Swallowing you will help me step into the immortal realm. You should feel honored. The blood on his body had already dried up. However, when combined with the smile on his face, it caused one's hair to stand on end. All 38,000 hairs on his body stood on end. Roar. Yi Xian crazily activated the Calamity Transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art. Terrifying black fog covered the sky and the earth, drowning the two sect masters like a vast sea. Ah! No! How vicious were the Calamity Transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art. At this moment, they were not only devouring the two sect masters' flesh and blood, but also obliterating their souls. Outsiders could not understand the pain. Kakik. At this moment, Yi Xian was as terrifying and evil as an ancient devil, and he even let out an extremely complacent and wild laughter. Not only did this laughter contain the will of a berserk devil, it also contained the extreme paranoia of Yi Xian stepping into the immortal realm. After swallowing you, I will definitely step into the immortal realm and become the strongest. The weak can only die. Only the strong can step on the bones of the weak. Roar. Yi Xian roared like a mad demon. His face was twisted and sinister as he spat out sinister words. Rumble. Blood chi surged and surged. Amidst the miserable shrieks of the two sect masters, 2 terrifying rivers of blood rolled out. That extremely pure power made Yi Xian even more excited. Swallow. Roar. Yi Xian opened his mouth wide, and a suction force like that of a whale drinking water appeared. 2 rivers of blood hung upside down, and were crazily swallowed by Yi Xian. Crack. In the next instant, Yi Xian's bones began to creak in a terrifying manner. His body began to swell wildly, and his aura began to climb steadily. He had completely surpassed the aura of a Dao integration stage cultivator. Puff. Blood spurted out from the void. The consequence of swallowing the two sect masters crazily was that Yi Xian's body was severely injured. This kind of external power should be slowly absorbed and refined. However, Yi Xian used all of it to break through to the immortal realm. This method was extremely extreme, and it caused unimaginable damage to his body and mind. However, the benefits were also obvious. The shackles in his body that prevented him from stepping into the immortal realm trembled continuously under the bombardment of this terrifying power. It seemed as though it would break apart at any moment. Puff! Yi Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. Crack! The sound of jade shattering could be heard, and an even more terrifying thing happened. Yi Xian's body cracked like a spider web, and the terrifying crack spread to his entire body at an extremely fast speed. No, if this continues, I will explode and die before I can break through to the immortal realm. When Yi Xian sensed the situation in his body, he roared with indignation. Everyone was afraid of death, and Yi Xian was no exception. Moreover, Yi Xian had gone through a lot of hardships to reach where he was today. Even if he was gambling with his life for the sake of his cultivation, it didn't mean that he was an idiot. Risking his life despite knowing that he would die was no longer a gamble, but a meaningless death. No, this power has exceeded the limit of what I can endure. I have to expel some of it from my body. Yi Xian quickly calmed himself down. At this moment, his body was about to shatter, and he had to stop this from happening. However, Yi Xian couldn't bear to expel this power for nothing. After all, this was the cultivation of the two sect masters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression froze, and a flash of inspiration flashed across his mind. In the next moment, Yi Xian's face lit up. He finally thought of a way to resolve his crisis without wasting the violent power in his body. Astral origin, heaven and earth, body incarnation. Yi Xian sat cross-legged, chanting sutras. His hands formed a mysterious seal, and a wisp of astral origin energy circulated around his body. His entire body began to become illusory. On the other side, the Great Southern Dipper region, an underground world of magma. A person who looked exactly like Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the magma. It was Yi Xian's incarnation that he had left behind in the Great Southern Dipper region to cultivate. In the primal chaos universe, divine abilities were like the sea. The external incarnation was a great divine ability, and it was also a great divine ability that Yi Xian had obtained by chance all those years ago. However, this great divine ability wasn't something that anyone could cultivate, and only he knew the dangers involved. Ever since Yi Xian entered the chaotic universe and obtained out-of-body incarnation, he had left it here to cultivate the astral origin formula and the boundless secular world technique. Out-of-body incarnation was Yi Xian's trump card, a trump card that he had never truly used before. When Yi Xian's body gradually began to collapse and he was unable to control the violent power in his body, he finally thought of using out-of-body incarnation. At the same time, he wouldn't have to waste the power he had devoured. Karma engenders, astral origin, heaven and earth. Rumble. The magma in the underground boiled violently, and in the next moment, a sea of fire rose up. Out-of-body incarnation suddenly opened its eyes and formed a mysterious seal. Its entire body began to turn illusory. Same body, same origin, birth of myriad arts. Boom! At the same time, Yi Xian and out-of-body incarnation roared at the sky. A mysterious pulling force was born, as if a cross-domain passage had been opened between the two of them. It was also at this moment that the violent power in Yi Xian's body overflowed wildly, breaking through the barriers of space and time and pouring into out-of-body incarnation. Refine. Out-of-body incarnation let out a low roar as terrifying karmic energy drowned it. A mysterious astral formation appeared above its head as it began to frantically refine the power Yi Xian had given it. The chaotic astral force formed the heaven-devouring formation while the karmic energy protected its body. The combination of the two great powers instantly gave out-of-body incarnation an indescribably terrifying might. Rumble. In the next moment, the underground world shook violently. Endless magma rose to the sky as the terrifying sea of fire and magma constantly slammed against out-of-body incarnation. However, out-of-body incarnation remained unmoved. Its aura was also rising at an unimaginable speed. Even the karmic energy and astral origin force were undergoing a qualitative change. Chapter 1487. Out-of-body incarnation was a heaven-defying technique. This heaven-defying technique was widely spread and was recorded in some of the great orthodoxies in the central domain. However, there were only a handful of people who could successfully cultivate this technique. This was because there was only a slim chance of survival when cultivating out-of-body incarnation. Even if one succeeded in cultivating it, they wouldn't be able to take care of two things at the same time. Most of the people who succeeded in cultivating this technique would use it as a substitute. However, Yi Xian was bold enough to cultivate out-of-body incarnation as another him. After so many years, out-of-body incarnation had been cultivating in the underground world of the Great Southern Domain. Its karma energy and astral energy had reached an unfathomable level. It had even stepped into the Tao querying realm much earlier than Yi Xian. Finally, the energy that Yi Xian separated from his body allowed out-of-body incarnation to break through to the immortal realm. Boom! 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 The underground world was shaking and lava was boiling. Terrifying rumbles came from out-of-body incarnation's body. He was madly trying to break through to the immortal realm. Bang! All of a sudden, the world exploded, and everything wailed. Time in the entire underground world of magma seemed to have stopped. The surging magma in the ocean of fire was weirdly cooled down, turning into a smoking reef. Boom! The immortal realm aura erupted and out-of-body incarnation broke through to the immortal realm. His astral energy and karma energy underwent a qualitative change and turned into two rays of red and white light that wrapped around his body. Bang! In the next moment, out-of-body incarnation soared into the sky and broke through the ground of the underground world of lava. When it reappeared, it was already in the chaotic starry sky. However, endless dark clouds covered the sky and earth and terrifying rumbles came from the tribulation clouds. Immortal Realm Tribulation. This was out-of-body incarnation's immortal realm tribulation. Once it passed the tribulation, out-of-body incarnation would officially step into the immortal realm. On the other side. On Snow Bamboo Peak. Yi Xian was speechless. He could sense the changes in out-of-body incarnation and knew that out-of-body incarnation had broken through to the immortal realm and was preparing to pass the tribulation. A hint of bitterness and helplessness appeared at the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. He felt as if the Chaos Verse had played a huge joke on him. His true body had yet to break through the shackles of the immortal realm, but his incarnation was undergoing the immortal tribulation. Yi Xian could not describe his feelings at the moment. Fortunately, Yi Xian was only speechless for a few breaths of time before he stopped paying attention to the matter of his avatar's tribulation. This was because he was very confident that his avatar would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. After all, he had cultivated two supreme techniques, so an ordinary immortal divine tribulation was nothing to his avatar. At this moment, the real obstacle was still Yi Xian himself. Boom, boom, boom. After separating a large amount of power for his avatar to absorb, Yi Xian was finally able to control the rampaging power within his body. Under the stimulation of his avatar, the power began to madly attack the shackles within his body. Time passed quickly. Perhaps it was a year, perhaps it was 10 years, or perhaps it was 1,000 years. Yi Xian had already forgotten the passage of time. At this moment, his only thought was to break through the shackles of the immortal realm so that he could truly break through to the immortal realm. Hard work paid off. Perhaps it was Yi Xian's tenacity and steel-like willpower that caused the shackles within his body to shatter with a loud boom. Yi Xian's consciousness was momentarily dazed, and his anxious mood instantly calmed down. Where am I? Yi Xian looked around blankly. He discovered that his divine soul had already left his body and his physical body was sitting cross-legged in the void. However, a trace of confusion rose from the bottom of his heart because he did not feel that he had stepped into the immortal realm. Instead, he was at a loss. No. No. What exactly went wrong? In the vast starry sky and the boundless universe, Yi Xian's divine soul was muttering in a daze. He stared blankly at his physical body, then raised his hands to examine his divine soul. After that, he looked around at the entire world. Why? Why is this happening? Ah! After a full 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian suddenly let out a furious roar. His unwilling roar shook heaven and earth, and an aura of extreme madness erupted from his body. Yi Xian's transformation was not without reason. He had finally discovered something he simply could not accept. He had not broken through to the immortal realm. He was still at the peak of the Tao merge because the entire chaos verse had excluded him. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian had indeed broken through his shackles, but the chaos verse aura was not obvious. It had completely isolated him from the outside world, making it impossible for him to step into the immortal realm. To use a simple analogy, it was like a chef who knew how to make delicious food. Although this chef had incredible culinary skills, he needed a place where he could display his culinary skills. Without a place where he could display his culinary skills, this chef's culinary skills would be of no use. At this moment, Yi Xian was just like a chef. Although he could step into the immortal realm, the chaos-verse aura was not obvious. There was no place for him to step into the immortal realm, and it had even excluded him from the chaos-verse. Qi. A moment later, Yi Xian's soul returned to his body. His closed eyes slowly opened, and the world around him was extremely calm. It could even be said that it was deathly silent. Why is this happening? Yi Xian sat on the ground and looked up at the vast universe. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He gritted his teeth so hard that he felt like they were about to shatter. He had worked so hard for so long and schemed so much, all for the sake of stepping into the immortal realm. This failure was an unimaginable blow to Yi Xian. It was a setback that he had never experienced before. From a lowly youth to where he was today, Yi Xian could not be said to be weak. He had given up too much. He had paid too much in order to reach the peak of the universe. However, this blow was too heavy. It was so heavy that even Yi Xian, who had an incomparably strong will, felt like he could not breathe. In the past, Yi Xian had braced himself and endured through thousands of tribulations and tens of thousands of difficulties. Every time he advanced to a higher realm, the heavenly tribulation he faced would be thousands of times more terrifying than an ordinary person's. However, he had never complained about it. This was because Yi Xian believed in a saying, a sword's edge was sharpened by sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold. He believed that as long as he moved forward bravely and tenaciously, he would definitely be able to break through all obstacles. However, the heavens had played a huge joke on him. This joke was not funny at all, because he was the biggest joke right now. Even if he died under the immortal tribulation, Yi Xian would have no regrets. This was because he could not withstand it, and he could only blame himself for his death. But now, he did not even have the chance to transcend the tribulation. He did not know what to do next. It was as if he had reached the end of the road and there was no more path for him to take. This feeling of loss and helplessness crazily devoured Yi Xian's body and mind, making him sit on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 1488. Time flew, and the years were like a song. Yi Xian didn't know how long he had been in a daze. He was in a muddle-headed state until a loud explosion in his mind pulled him out of his muddle-headed state. Did my doppelganger succeed? Yi Xian muttered to himself. His heart was filled with bitterness. He could feel that his doppelganger had successfully passed the tribulation and had truly stepped into the immortal realm. It was a good thing that his doppelganger had successfully passed the tribulation. However, Yi Xian's main body was still stuck in the immortal realm. This difference made him feel extremely bitter and depressed. Doppelganger was just a trump card. Only by becoming stronger was the right path. Yi Xian understood this very well. Even though his doppelganger had successfully passed the tribulation, Yi Xian couldn't feel happy at all. Although Yi Xian was extremely dispirited at this moment, he still ordered his doppelganger to return to the underground world to cultivate. He continued to sit in the snow bamboo peak hall and began to think about his future. I've reached the end of the road. Where should I go from here? Yi Xian muttered to himself. With a flip of his hand, two items appeared in his hand. They were the ancient bronze scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron he had just obtained. Hua! The ancient bronze scripture swayed slightly as its pages flipped open in Yi Xian's hand. 4 small cauldrons were engraved on the pages. They were the 4 heaven-shattering cauldrons that Yi Xian had once obtained. It seems that only by comprehending the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron can I step into the immortal realm. Yi Xian held the ancient bronze scripture in one hand and the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron in the other. He kept bringing the two items closer, hoping that the heaven-shattering cauldron would merge with the ancient bronze scripture. Whing! Suddenly, the ancient bronze scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron each released a repulsive force and fiercely separated from Yi Xian's hand. They were like water and fire that couldn't coexist. There was no sign of them merging at all. As expected. Yi Xian frowned. Although he'd already expected this, he was still very disappointed to see this result. This was also the case when the 4th heaven-shattering cauldron was integrated into the ancient bronze scripture. It was only by chance that he managed to comprehend the heaven-burying art from the 4th heaven-shattering cauldron that the two became one. It seemed that only by comprehending the mysteries of the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron could Yi Xian truly integrate it into the ancient bronze scripture. It would also allow Yi Xian to obtain the forbidden technique within the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed himself down and adjusted his state of mind, sweeping away the dispiritedness from before. His pair of defeated eyes began to turn sharp again. Boom! Yi Xian sat cross-legged, and the sky-burying art was slowly operating. That wisp of gray light twined around his body, and his own aura faintly merged with the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron, hoping to cause some changes to the cauldron. Unfortunately, the 5th heaven-shattering cauldron didn't show any signs of activity. Even though Yi Xian continuously enveloped the small cauldron with his aura, he still couldn't cause the small cauldron to change in the slightest. Yi Xian slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the sky-burying art stopped operating in his body. Yi Xian's brows were deeply furrowed. The primal chaos universe has 12 yuanhuis, and there are 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons. Apart from 3 of them in the hands of the 3 strongest eternal experts, I have 5 of the other 9. Every heaven-shattering cauldron is different. Just what is the secret behind this? What is the connection between the ancient bronze scripture and the 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons? Yi Xian murmured in confusion, completely unable to understand the connection. Perhaps Eternal Shadow knows some secrets about the heaven-shattering cauldron and the ancient bronze scripture. Do I have to go to the great desolate world to find him? Yi Xian said hesitantly. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly rejected his own idea. Although he had a deep relationship with Eternal Shadow, and had even received 2 secret techniques from him, Eternal Shadow wasn't his friend. Instead, he was an extremely terrifying taboo character. This kind of person was too mysterious and terrifying. If he were to ask him about the ancient bronze scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron, he was afraid that great changes would occur. Rumble. In the next moment, Yi Xian continued to comprehend the small cauldron. This time, he used all the techniques he knew, but none of them could cause the cauldron to change in the slightest. It was as if Yi Xian was holding a very ordinary cauldron. No, something must be wrong. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian used all his techniques. His face was twisted and ferocious, and an unwilling roar came from his mouth. This was because the various techniques he had used were simply unable to comprehend the secrets of the small cauldron. The ancient bronze scripture. It must be related to the ancient bronze scripture. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes focused, and a light flashed through his mind, confirming his judgment. Since the first 4 heaven-shattering cauldrons could be integrated into the ancient bronze scripture, it meant that the ancient bronze scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron were originally one. If he wanted to comprehend the secrets of the 5th small cauldron, the only opportunity must lie in the ancient bronze scripture. Come. This time, Yi Xian didn't use the slightest bit of brute force. He gently placed the ancient bronze scripture and the heavenly shattering cauldron together. His pair of Dharma eyes stared fixedly at the two things, hoping to find some connection between the two. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression was slightly stunned. He finally discovered a slight change in the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron. This change was extremely obscure, but it was indeed happening in Yi Xian's eyes. A strand of qi, one that even Yi Xian could not describe. This strand of qi was extremely revolving, faintly connecting the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron. However, this strand of qi was faintly discernible, as if it could dissipate at any time. Sure enough. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. He carefully stretched out his hand towards the small cauldron, and his entire body calmed down, not daring to have the slightest fluctuation. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying sound rang out. Yi Xian's entire body was blown away, and both the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron were blown away. How could this be? Just where did the problem occur? Yi Xian turned back, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the terrifying power that had just erupted had actually injured him. However, Yi Xian did not care about his injuries. He once again placed the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron together. This time, he did not dare to touch these two objects again. Instead, he frowned as he pondered where the problem had occurred. External forces cannot touch them, and once they do, they will repel each other. Yi Xian murmured, as if he had grasped a trace of inspiration. If external forces cannot touch them, then can my soul try to fuse them together? In the next moment, Yi Xian's eyes deepened, and an extremely bold and crazy idea appeared in his mind. Yi Xian's idea could not be described as not bold. One had to know that the soul was the foundation of a cultivator. If there was any problem with the soul, then the cultivator's soul would scatter and die. Chapter 1489. In the entire chaotic universe, the divine soul was of utmost importance. No one dared to damage their divine soul because it was fragile to begin with. Even the slightest injury would cause one to lose their sanity and become mentally retarded. In serious cases, one's soul would scatter and die. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. His only option was to use his divine soul. This was also his last resort. He could either remain in the Tao integration realm forever and never advance in the slightest, or he could choose to risk his life and fight for a future. Yi Xian would definitely choose the latter. If he couldn't reach the peak of the universe, he wouldn't be satisfied even if he died. How could he choose to remain in the Tao integration realm forever? Divine soul projection. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately made a hand seal to separate his divine soul from his physical body and then carefully drifted toward the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. It was only 3 steps, but Yi Xian felt a weight he had never felt before. He knew that the moment of life and death was about to arrive. Either he comprehended the mysteries of the small cauldron, or his divine soul would cause the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron to collapse and die. Finally, Yi Xian's divine soul came into contact with the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron. It was also at this moment that an extremely terrifying thing happened. Buzz! The ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron swayed crazily, and at the same time, they exploded with an extremely resplendent brilliance. The mysterious halo expanded on the two items, instantly swallowing Yi Xian's soul, causing him to be unable to resist in the slightest. Whoosh whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely miraculous thing happened. The ancient bronze scripture rumbled in the universe. This chanting seemed to come from beyond the heavens and didn't seem to exist in the chaotic universe. The ancient bronze scripture's pages kept flipping and the fifth small cauldron actually began to merge into the pages. The dazzling splendor was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, the ancient bronze scripture and the small cauldron finally merged into one. The ancient bronze scripture's pages kept flipping and the image of the fifth small cauldron appeared on the originally blank page. Whoosh whoosh! The ancient bronze scripture bobbed up and down in the void. The fifth page flashed with a mysterious splendor and mysterious runes appeared one after another. The ancient bronze scripture's mysterious chanting grew louder. On the other side. Where is this? With heaven and earth, with heaven and earth, heaven and earth, heaven and earth, Yi Xian's eyes. There was no sky, no earth, and no shape. This was a place of nothingness. There was nothing here at all, and even time seemed to have stopped. A terrifyingly quiet atmosphere covered Yi Xian. There was no up or down, no universe. There was only silence and nothingness, as if nothing existed here. Even Yi Xian couldn't feel his own existence. Perhaps, only his thoughts could still function normally, but his soul was stagnant and motionless, with heaven heaven heaven. Heaven heaven's divine soul heaven's earth heaven's soul heaven, of course. Were of the Chi. 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 In the next moment, mysterious runes pulsed in the void. These runes were so mysterious that no one could understand the meaning contained within them. But somehow, Yi Xian could understand these mysterious runes and understand the information contained within them. He clearly did not recognize these characters. This strange feeling made Yi Xian's heart tremble unimaginably. Rumble. It was as if the primal chaos universe was exploding, as if billions of stars were falling. These mysterious runes carried a terrifying might as they fell towards Yi Xian. The mysterious aura that covered the sky and covered the earth caused Yi Xian to unconsciously tremble in excitement. Yi Xian didn't dodge in the slightest because he didn't want to, nor could he. He knew that these mysterious runes were the profundities contained within the fifth heaven-shattering cauldron, and there was definitely a great taboo technique that he needed. Boom! Boom! These mysterious runes seemed terrifying, but when they fell on Yi Xian, they fused into his divine soul. They did not cause any harm to Yi Xian's divine soul. Boom! The Tongtian shook the earth, shaking the world. Yi Xian's divine soul shone. This was an indescribable light that made one's heart palpitate. Let alone touching it, just looking at it would make one's body turn to ash. Arg! Suddenly, Yi Xian roared towards the sky, as if he was suffering great pain. But if one listened carefully, they would discover that Yi Xian's roar of pain was actually mixed with indescribable excitement. Time slowly passed. Perhaps 1,000 years, perhaps 10,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Yi Xian had already forgotten the passage of time. He was completely immersed in the sea of runes, frantically absorbing the mysteries contained within. Calamity, heaven, change. It was as if the eternal universe was rumbling, as if the heavens and earth were exploding. An excited roar came from Yi Xian's mouth. His soul underwent an unimaginable change, and his entire body actually exploded with a mysterious brilliance. His entire body actually disappeared. Roaming outside the primal chaos, breaking free from the shackles of the primal chaos and seizing a strand of the primal chaos secrets. This was the forbidden technique of the fifth heaven-shattering cauldron. This technique was called the calamity transformation. What was the calamity transformation? My fate is mine, not the heavens. The calamity transformation was a combination of all techniques. It was unfettered by the primal chaos and seizing a strand of the heaven's secrets. No matter what kind of chaos I encountered, I would be able to find a way out of it. To put it bluntly, the calamity transformation was an escape technique. It was an escape technique that could ignore the restraints of any technique. This escape technique could ignore all obstacles. This was the heaven-defying taboo of the calamity transformation. To make a simple analogy, even if one of the strongest of all eternity wanted to kill Yi Xian, as long as Yi Xian used the calamity transformation, he would be able to escape. Even the strongest of all eternity wouldn't be able to kill him. However, this was only one of its effects. The calamity transformation had many other heaven-defying uses. Yi Xian needed to slowly explore and cultivate it. Calamity transformation, all techniques as one. Good, good, good. Yi Xian laughed wildly. The calamity transformation slowly circulated within his body. Although he wasn't familiar with it yet, Yi Xian knew that he would master this heaven-defying technique as soon as possible. Escape. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands and instantly disappeared from the void. In the next moment, his divine soul returned to his body. A mysterious brilliance streaked across his body, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Gotcha. Yi Xian's eyes were like the eternal universe. The mysterious brilliance faintly flashed, and the void in front of him shattered and disappeared. Then, it strangely regenerated. Even Yi Xian's presence disappeared, as if he didn't exist in this world at all. Come. Yi Xian gently waved his hand, and the ancient bronze scripture fell into his hand. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was brimming with confidence. The bitterness and decadence from before were swept away. After putting away the ancient bronze scripture and comprehending the calamity transformation from the fifth cauldron, Yi Xian's entire being had ascended. He calmly raised his head to look at the chaotic starry sky. His essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the peak. This time, no one can stop me from entering the immortal realm. Let me see what the immortal realm tribulation of Yi Xian will be like. Rumble. Yi Xian stretched out his arms. Tongqian's earth-shaking power soared into the sky. His Tao integration cultivation base once again stepped into the path of despair. However, this time, Yi Xian was completely confident that he could enter the immortal realm and even welcome his immortal realm tribulation in one fell swoop. Chapter 1490. Boom. Yi Xian pushed off the ground with his left foot and soared into the heavens, entering the chaos verse. His aura, which could sweep through the multiverse, flowed around him, and he unleashed a terrifying aura. In the vast starry sky, in the boundless universe, great stars rumbled and rotated according to an unchanging law. Sea after sea of stars surged through the starry sky. Yi Xian strolled through the starry sky, but with every step he took, the entire starry sky shook in a terrifying manner. The first step shocked heaven and earth, the second step made ghosts and gods weep, the third step overturned yin and yang, and the fourth step made the universe chaotic. Boom! Yi Xian stood there motionlessly, towering over the heavens and destroying the starry skies. He looked around at the starry skies of the universe, and a wild smile appeared on his face. There's no path between heaven and earth. Yi Xian muttered to himself. The next moment. Bang bang bang. The starry sky was in a state of chaos and sublimation. Ancient great stars exploded one after another as streams of resplendent galaxies rose into the sky. This part of the starry universe was in a state of chaos due to Yi Xian's terrifying aura. Even the laws of primal chaos were annihilated. Even if there is no path ahead, I will still carve out a path. Rumble. Although Yi Xian wasn't proficient in using the Heaven Calamity transformation technique, it was enough for him to break through to the immortal realm. The mysterious radiance surrounded his body and his entire body became illusory and unpredictable. His cultivation base, which was originally at the perfected Tao integration stage, instantly rose to a higher level. Immortal. Yi Xian angrily roared into the starry skies as a wild laughter came from his mouth. With the help of the Heaven Calamity transformation, he had easily stepped into this realm. Everything had happened naturally without any obstruction. Chi. Chi. Burying the heavens light streaked across the sky as streaks of burying the heavens shot out from Yi Xian's body. The terrifying streaks of light converged into a long river that stirred up the starry sky. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire being seemed to have ascended to a higher level. The aura around him was even more terrifying. It was definitely not something that the Tao Querying Realm cultivators from before could compare to. The shockwave was so terrifying that it affected this part of the starry universe. Every inch of the starry sky was annihilated. Even the Milky Way around Yi Xian was annihilated. Countless stars were shaking violently. Some of the smaller stars were turned into ashes by the terrifying shockwave. Heaven Burial Body. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared crazily in the extreme sublimation. The countless heavens burial cascades swept back and drowned Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body erupted with unimaginable light. Ah! Roaring in pain, Yi Xian's body was being refined by the heavens burial art. He wanted to raise his body to the pinnacle. The heavens burial art was also madly refining his body. The process of refining one's body was extremely painful. It was like putting a piece of fine iron into a fire to refine it until all the impurities were removed and it was tempered into steel. At this moment, Yi Xian was going through this process. Although refining one's body was extremely painful, Yi Xian enjoyed it because he could clearly feel that his body was constantly growing stronger. As heavy as the sky, as light as a feather, as indestructible as an ocean. Yi Xian's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. This transformation was different from the past. It was a qualitative sublimation. His body was flawless like a bright star. Although the flawless light was not dazzling, it made people feel extremely heavy when they looked at it. It was as if nothing could shatter Yi Xian's body at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Xian punched out. This punch did not carry any cultivation base. It was just the strength of his body. A terrifying thing happened. Bang! Piercing through the galaxy and breaking the starry sky, a brilliant and flawless fist light streaked across the universe's starry sky. It was as if a heavenly light had torn the universe apart. Wherever the fist light passed, the starry sky split open. Any star that blocked its path was turned into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Martial moves the starry sky. Yi Xian was brandishing his fists and feet in the starry sky. There was no fixed pattern, but every punch and kick caused unimaginable destruction to this part of the starry sky. The primal chaos exploded and the starry sky shattered. Yi Xian's fists and feet danced faster and faster. In the end, people could not see his figure clearly. They could only hear a series of terrifying roars. The starry sky and the universe in all directions were collapsing inch by inch. This terrifying scene was simply unbearable to look at. Boom! His body was like the universe, and his fists destroyed the starry sky. Yi Xian's entire body turned into a beam of light. Wherever he passed, the starry sky was destroyed. Behind him, there was a monstrous flame. The growth of his physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Buzz! Yi Xian's figure was still. His whole person stood in the starry sky. A turbid breath slowly came out of his mouth, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Crack! Yi Xian clenched his fists slightly. An explosive sound came from his hands. It was as if he had squeezed the space in his hands, and a terrifying crack in the starry sky appeared. What a good burial heaven body! Who can stop such a body? Yi Xian murmured. There was an extremely excited look in his eyes. Buzz! The next moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. He silently chanted a mysterious scripture. His whole person entered a meditative state. Terrifying rays of light rose around him and danced wildly around him. The power of nirvanic extermination, the power of space-time, the tribulation transcender technique, the tribulation transcender transformation, the tribulation transcender devour, all kinds of techniques and secret techniques were displayed by Yi Xian at this moment. The colorful lights surrounded his body, making Yi Xian look extremely mysterious. There was also an extremely terrifying fluctuation growing from his body. Refining techniques. That's right. Yi Xian was refining techniques. When he broke into the immortal realm and successfully forged his body, the next step was to refine all his techniques until there was a qualitative change. Rumble. The colorful Tong Tian moved the earth, stirred up the starry sky, and stirred up the universe. It was as if the nine heavens' divine radiance was spinning wildly around Yi Xian. It directly turned into a sea of spiritual energy that covered Yi Xian. Immortal everlasting, eternal immortality. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared furiously. 12 terrifying vortexes appeared behind him. They were his 12 chaotic Yuan Hui worlds. At this moment, they were submerged in the sea of spiritual energy. The 12 chaotic Yuan Hui worlds were spinning wildly. Each vortex began to erupt with an extremely mysterious power. The body is like the universe, invulnerable to all techniques. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a ray of gray light rushed out from the top of his head. This was the power of Berry Heaven, which was also the technique and Tao that Yi Xian had condensed. This wisp of Berry Heaven's power was extremely obscure. It was like a primer that absorbed all kinds of light. Even the 12 chaotic Yuan Hui worlds were spinning and buzzing. When a loud rumble was heard, the colorful light dissipated. Only a wisp of Berry Heaven's power surged into the 12 chaotic Yuan Hui worlds. Rumble. The chaos rotated and the Yuan Hui worlds were destroyed. The 12 vortexes spun wildly. Wisps of mysterious light overflowed from the 12 vortexes and then surged wildly into Yi Xian's head. Buzz! Yi Xian's body trembled in terror. His face instantly flushed red, and his already terrifying aura suddenly increased by a notch. Chapter 1491. Dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, as though the chaotic universe was buzzing and the heart of chaos was beating, the 12 Yuan Hui worlds descended on Yi Xian one after another and sank into Yi Xian's head. In the next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes were spinning rapidly and the 12 Yuan Hui worlds were spinning crazily in his eyes. When his eyes opened and closed, the starry sky in front of him shattered and turned into a vacuum zone. Bury the heavens as one, eternal immortality. It was as if an ancient vicious beast was roaring, as if the primal chaos was collapsing. Following Yi Xian's furious roar, his entire aura rose to a terrifying level. The surrounding starry sky completely exploded, and his might was simply unimaginable. If an expert in the immortal realm saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked speechless. How was this the cultivation level of an expert who had just entered the immortal realm? Even an expert in the immortal realm who had opened the fourth gate of heaven wouldn't be as terrifying as Yi Xian. Who? Yi Xian exhaled slowly and the terrifying aura around him gradually faded away. When there was no more aura around him, it was as though he had turned into a mortal. The starry sky in this part of the universe finally calmed down. Immortal. Yi Xian murmured and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had truly stepped into the immortal realm and was no longer comparable to the three Tao querying realm experts. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied because this was just the beginning for him. Stepping into the immortal realm wasn't enough for Yi Xian. What came next was the main event. Immortal Divine Tribulation. Yes, it was the Immortal Divine Tribulation. Yi Xian slowly got up. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. When his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with indifference. The expression on his face was also calm and he gave off an extremely peaceful feeling. No one knew when. Dark clouds gathered above Yi Xian's head. These terrifying dark clouds came silently and no one could see the end of it. It was as though the entire chaotic universe was covered by these terrifying dark clouds. Silence, 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 dead silence. The starry sky was stagnant, and the great stars were at a standstill. Even the surging sea of stars in the universe was calming down. It was as if time had started to freeze at this moment. Only an indescribable aura rippled out from the black clouds. What an immortal god tribulation! Even though Yi Xian was already prepared to face the immortal divine tribulation, his mind couldn't help but tremble at this moment. This was because he actually felt fear, and he even felt the threat of death assaulting him. A silent heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying. Even though the dark clouds above Yi Xian's head didn't emit any terrifying aura, nor did any tribulation lightning appear, the deathly stillness made Yi Xian understand that the tribulation he was about to face was definitely the most terrifying one in history. Rumble. Suddenly, the boundless black clouds gradually split apart, and a pair of eyes appeared. The eyes were tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and they flickered with red light. Kacha. A strange sound rang out as his eyes finally landed on Yi Xian's body. The red light in his eyes gradually grew denser, and the entire starry sky actually began to shatter. In the next moment, it suddenly turned into a vacuum. Primal Chaos Wrath. Yi Xian was horrified. His scalp went numb as he recognized the origin of the eyes. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. What kind of joke is this? Yi Xian trembled and roared. He couldn't believe what he was going through. He couldn't accept this at all. It felt like a fantasy story. What was the Primal Chaos Wrath? It was an ancient legend. There were 9 heavenly gates in the immortal realm. Every time a heavenly gate was opened, the cultivator would be one step closer to becoming a supreme expert. When the 9 heavenly gates merged, the cultivator would enter the half-step supreme expert realm and welcome the Primal Chaos Wrath. This was the final test of the immortal realm in the chaotic universe. It tested whether the cultivator was qualified to compete for the seat of the supreme expert. If the cultivator could survive it, they would become a half-step supreme expert. Then, they would fuse with the heavenly heart of chaos and welcome the Tao Ascension Tribulation, becoming a supreme expert of all times. However, Yi Xian never expected that he would attract the Primal Chaos Wrath when he had just entered the immortal realm. This was the heavenly tribulation to become a half-step supreme expert after merging 9 heavenly gates. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Even an immortal realm expert who had merged 9 heavenly gates feared the heavenly tribulation. No matter how heaven-defying his combat strength was, he couldn't help but suffer indescribably in the face of such a tribulation. There was no need for him to transcend it. Yi Xian was very certain that he couldn't transcend it. It had already exceeded the limits of what he could endure. The Primal Chaos Wrath was the 3rd tribulation of the chaotic universe. How could it be something he could transcend now? Primal Chaos Heavenly Punishment, Tao Ascension Tribulation, Primal Chaos Wrath. Needless to say, the Tao Ascension Tribulation was a path one had to undergo to become a supreme expert of all times. As for the Primal Chaos Punishment, it was known as the number 1 tribulation in the chaotic universe. Back when Aeon's shadow appeared, he had attracted this tribulation and was severely injured, forcing him to flee to the chaos world. As for the 3rd tribulation, the Primal Chaos Wrath, although it wasn't as strong as the first two, it was still extremely terrifying. Countless immortal realm experts who had merged 9 heavenly gates had died to it. As the name implied, the primal chaos wrath was all about the word wrath. The wrath of primal chaos could destroy all things. The horror of this was self-evident. At the same time, everywhere in the chaos, in forbidden lands, pairs of turbid eyes suddenly opened as they looked in the direction of the North Star domain. He actually attracted the primal chaos wrath. This person is indeed hiding a great secret. Primal chaos samsara, the rotation of the universe. It looks like he really is a key figure. Interesting. After waiting for endless years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. It looks like it won't be long before I can be born. Mysterious voices resounded throughout the universe. These voices were deep and ancient, causing one's heart to tremble and even one's soul to panic. It was as though they had existed for countless years. No one knew their origins. Elsewhere, in the central region, the 9 paragons opened their eyes at the same time as they looked in the direction of the North Star domain. Pairs of paragons opened their Dharma eyes simultaneously. However, the area where Yi Xian was transcending the tribulation was covered by the chaos aura. Even paragons could not see what was happening inside. Who is transcending the primal chaos wrath tribulation? Undying Heaven Lord muttered in astonishment. Interesting. I've already attained the Tao for 400 million years. To think that someone can attract the primal chaos wrath to step into the half-step paragon's realm. From the looks of it, this person's talent is extremely high, Lord of all spirits praised. The other paragons were puzzled as well. Although they were surprised that someone had attracted the primal chaos wrath, they did not think too much of it. This was because there was an unwritten saying in the 10th epoch. It could also be said to be the iron law of chaos. When a new epoch began, before paragons were born, whoever attracted the primal chaos wrath to step into the half-step paragon's realm would have a high chance of becoming the new paragons. Therefore, every time a new epoch began, many terrifying figures would attract the primal chaos wrath. They would be the first to step into the half-step paragon's realm. If the new epoch produced a paragons, even if the successor attracted the primal chaos heaven's wrath and became a half-step paragons, they would no longer have the chance to vie for the spot of paragons. Even if they had to wait for the next epoch to begin, they would completely lose the qualifications to vie for the spot of paragons. This was because this was a rule set by chaos. No one could violate this iron law. Chapter 1492. Eternal Universe, Boundless Starry Sky. In this land of the northern region, Yi Xian silently welcomed his immortal god tribulation. He looked up at the pair of chaotic eyes above his head, and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. Heaven and earth were vast, but chaos was the largest. Chaos was heaven, chaos was earth, chaos was law, chaos was order. In the entire 12 periods, the will of the universe of chaos was everywhere, and there was no trace of it. This pair of chaotic eyes was the third great tribulation of all eternity, and it was a tribulation that was half a step away from becoming an ultimate existence. Yi Xian could be said to be weak, but this tribulation of all eternity came too early, so early that he couldn't bear it at all. Whine. The universe buzzed, and the starry sky exploded. In the next moment, the pair of chaotic eyes rotated slightly, and finally focused on Yi Xian. Those scarlet eyes were filled with indifference, as if everything would be destroyed by these eyes. Come. There was no way out, and he didn't want to retreat. Yi Xian could only face this third great tribulation of all eternity, because no matter what, he had to overcome this tribulation and truly take the most solid step towards becoming an ultimate existence of all eternity. Chi. Boom. A ray of blood-red light like the water of the 9 heavens fell from the sky. That blood-red light pierced through the starry sky and the universe like the waves of the Milky Way, and fell towards Yi Xian. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky was destroyed, and nothing could survive under this ray of light. So what if it's the third tribulation of all eternity? Today, I'll see how capable you are to kill me. Yi Xian roared in the starry sky, and his cultivation that had just stepped into the immortal realm fully erupted. His entire body was covered by the light of heaven burying, and even the 12 periods of chaos world appeared, protecting Yi Xian within. Kill! Before the chaotic eyes could reach him, Yi Xian roared crazily, and the Nirvana battle armor covered his body. The heaven-destroying halberd shot out and landed in Yi Xian's hand. He channeled all of his cultivation into the heaven-destroying halberd, and with a heaven-defying strike, he struck back at the chaotic eyes. Bang! The starry sky exploded and primal chaos exploded. Yi Xian's entire body transformed into a heaven-defying light that collided with the primal chaos light, causing an extremely terrifying scene. The starry sky and universe were being destroyed, the ancient great stars were being turned into ashes, and even the surging sea of stars was being destroyed without a trace. Only Yi Xian's entire body was fiercely intertwined with the chaotic light in his eyes. One had to admit that Yi Xian's current cultivation base was terrifying to the extreme. His body was already indestructible, and his cultivation base was at the immortal realm. At this moment, he was circulating his cultivation base to resist this chaotic light. He actually managed to resist it. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would be so shocked that they would be unable to close their mouths. Yi Xian was simply a monster. He could actually withstand the first calamity of primal chaos wrath. Rumble. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying thing happened. The Eye of Chaos rotated without end, its scarlet eyes capable of destroying a part of the starry sky. With a loud rumble, the two beams of light once again shot towards Yi Xian. Bang! Crack! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked as all living things wailed. Yi Xian had just blocked the first ray of primal chaos light and had expended a great deal of energy. He didn't have the time to defend against the two rays of light that suddenly arrived. His entire body was blasted down by the two rays of primal chaos light. Chi! Yi Xian fell downwards. His originally flawless body began to shatter. A wisp of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and then spilled into the starry sky. Unable to withstand a single blow. Unable to resist. Yi Xian could be said to be weak. However, the third calamity of eternity was a calamity that could only be triggered by a half-step immortal realm expert. Although he could withstand the first blow, he couldn't withstand the following calamities at all. Freeze! As Yi Xian fell, a furious roar came from his mouth. His entire body suddenly stopped in the void. The terrifying heaven-burying light continued to rise and quickly began to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, this was the third calamity of eternity, also known as primal chaos wrath. It was impossible for Yi Xian to heal himself. Rumble. The Eye of Chaos shone brightly. The pair of eyes that were originally only tens of thousands of miles in size actually enlarged at this moment. In just 3 short breaths of time, this pair of eyes actually covered billions of miles of space. Clang clang clang. The murderous intent of the primal chaos permeated the air. The starry sky within 100 million miles was destroyed. Terrifying rays of light began to appear everywhere in the starry sky. The pair of primal chaos eyes were as vast and terrifying as the firmament. It was impossible to see the end of them. The ancient ominous eyes were filled with killing intent and indifference. They covered the starry sky and the universe, enveloping millions of miles of the sky. These eyes rotated in a terrifying manner, and the aura they emitted was enough to turn people into ashes. So this is the third tribulation of all eternity. Yi Xian stared at him in a daze. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The calamity just now was only the appetizer. This was the true beginning of the third calamity of eternity. The murderous intent of the primal chaos overturned the heavens and the earth. All living things were annihilated and no living beings existed. Yi Xian didn't need to think too deeply. He knew very well that if the calamity didn't descend, he wouldn't be able to pass this calamity at all. This was because the third calamity of eternity wasn't something that he could withstand at this moment. The primal chaos wrath of the third calamity of eternity was something that even half-step supreme experts were extremely afraid of. Many half-step supreme experts had even died under this calamity. Although Yi Xian's combat strength was heaven-defying, he was just a beginner in the immortal realm. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to pass this calamity. Buzz. While Yi Xian was in a dazed and helpless state, the Eye of Chaos rotated in a terrifying manner. Terrifying beams of light fell from the sky. This time, there were tens of thousands of beams of light that directly suppressed Yi Xian. Its power instantly shattered the starry sky within 100 million miles. Calamity transformation. In the next moment, Yi Xian was calm and composed. That mysterious brilliance appeared around him. His entire being began to turn illusory, as if he didn't exist in the primal chaos universe. Transcending the primal chaos and not existing in the world, the calamity transformation stole a strand of the primal chaos heavenly secrets and roamed the outside world. Nothing could be killed and the primal chaos couldn't be destroyed. This calamity transformation was a true forbidden technique. It was also Yi Xian's true trump card to resist the third calamity of eternity. Qi. Qi. Chaotic starry sky, all living things were annihilated. Tens of thousands of beams of light swept past Yi Xian's body. The starry sky within 100 million miles exploded. Every beam of light could destroy a person's physical body and soul. However, Yi Xian disappeared completely. This terrifying calamity didn't affect him. In the next moment, when the calamity disappeared, Yi Xian's figure also appeared. However, his face was slightly pale and beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. A trace of extreme fear flashed across his eyes. Terrifying, too terrifying. With the addition of the heavenly calamity transformation, Yi Xian had safely dodged this sure-kill attack. He'd personally experienced how terrifying the third calamity of the ancient times was. Not to mention that he had just entered the immortal realm. Even if he had opened the fourth gate of eternity, he probably wouldn't be able to survive the third calamity of eternity. Perhaps he would only be able to withstand this terrifying calamity after he opened the ninth gate of eternity. Chapter 1493. Thankfully, the Heaven Calamity Transformation was a forbidden escape technique. It allowed Yi Xian to steal a sliver of the primal chaos secrets and travel outside the primal chaos. Without the Heaven Calamity Transformation, Yi Xian was certain that he would have died. Rumble. The fact that Yi Xian had survived seemed to enrage the eyes of chaos. The scarlet eyes slowly turned, and a terrifying black light flickered within them. The murderous intent of chaos locked onto Yi Xian. Boom! Two beams of black light descended, devouring everything in their path. The space within 1 trillion kilometers was reduced to nothingness as it crazily tried to devour Yi Xian. Change! Yi Xian was shocked. He activated the Heaven Calamity Transformation once more. His entire body instantly disappeared, dodging the terrifying calamity once more. Boom boom boom. Yi Xian's actions completely enraged the eyes of chaos. The terrifying aura of chaos began to wreak havoc in the cosmos, searching for Yi Xian's whereabouts in an attempt to find him. However, the Heaven Calamity Transformation was a forbidden technique within the tiny cauldron. Naturally, the Heaven Calamity Transformation was powerful enough to be called a forbidden technique. Even the third calamity of all eternity was somewhat helpless against it. Rip. Yi Xian appeared once more, but what followed was an extremely terrifying calamity. The eyes of chaos seemed to have gone mad as they descended upon Yi Xian in an indescribably terrifying manner. 9 beams of chaos light, a chaos-killing millstone, a trillion chaos sword rain, and even chaos lightning and heavenly fire wreaked havoc. All sorts of terrifying calamities filled this starry sky, and Yi Xian used the heavenly calamity transformation to frantically escape from these fatal attacks. His entire body was like a fish in the ocean, and no matter how huge the waves were, he would still be able to swim within them without suffering any injuries. Time continued to pass. Time continued to pass. Yi Xian couldn't remember how much time had passed in this terrifying third calamity. At every moment, he was dodging all sorts of calamities, because as long as he was slightly careless, it was extremely likely that he would die in this third calamity of eternity. Fortunately, the heavenly calamity transformation didn't disappoint Yi Xian. The third calamity of eternity couldn't do anything to this forbidden technique. The calamity gradually weakened and wasn't as terrifying as before. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xian appeared once more as he panted heavily. Although the heaven calamity transformation was extremely heaven-defying, using it consumed a great deal of his cultivation. This heaven-defying taboo technique was not something that could be used casually. Every time he used it, Yi Xian would be completely exhausted. He was completely relying on his willpower to support himself. Yi Xian was very sure that if this third tribulation of eternity continued like this, even if he wasn't killed by this tribulation, his cultivation would be exhausted and he would die. Fortunately, the third calamity of eternity was gradually weakening. According to Yi Xian's calculations, it wouldn't take long for it to dissipate. At that time, he would truly survive this tribulation. Boom! Another ray of light came crashing down. Yi Xian relied on the heaven calamity transformation to dodge it again. This time, the calamity was clearly weaker, giving Yi Xian a chance to catch his breath. Humans were like this. Once they felt that they were out of danger, their minds would begin to become active. At this moment, Yi Xian was exactly like this. His eyes began to truly size up the pair of chaotic eyes above his head. The third eternal tribulation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and calmly observed the pair of eyes above his head. A deep glint flashed through his eyes as a whimsical idea emerged in his mind. This pair of eyes was so terrifying. Not only did it nurture a terrifying calamity, but it also contained a trace of chaotic will. This was why it was called the Third Eternal Tribulation. Yi Xian calmly pondered, occasionally dodging the calamity that came crashing down on him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to give it a try. Yi Xian was a very greedy and ambitious person. He suddenly thought of something. If he could also have a pair of eyes like this, would it be able to improve his cultivation and battle prowess to the next level? This wasn't a whim of Yi Xian's, but something he had been thinking about for a long time. All cultivators had Dharma eyes. Most of them were used to observe the cultivation of living beings. There were also those who cultivated Dharma eyes to display terrifying attacks, but these people were extremely rare. Yi Xian boasted that his Dharma eyes could see through illusions and could even use a pair of Dharma eyes to kill enemies. However, his Dharma eyes could only kill some weak people. If he met someone of the same level, the so-called Dharma eyes wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Yi Xian had an idea. If he could refine a pair of terrifying Dharma eyes like the Chaos Wrath, it would be an unimaginable boost to his battle prowess. Therefore, now that Yi Xian was out of danger, his mind started to become active. He had the heart to refine his eyes, and the reference was the third calamity of the eternal era. Yi Xian's idea was quite bold. However, it was also because of his adventurous spirit that his cultivation soared. He was always able to surpass people at the same level in the shortest amount of time. Even though the third eternal tribulation was extremely dangerous, he had the heavenly calamity transformation, so his life was no longer in danger. He could completely comprehend the third eternal tribulation and refine a pair of Dharma eyes. Yi Xian acted without any hesitation. He soared into the sky and flew directly towards the chaotic eyes. It would have been fine if Yi Xian didn't move. His movement immediately caused the chaotic eyes to spin. Terrifying tribulations once again came crashing down on him. However, with the support of the heavenly calamity transformation, Yi Xian was like a fish in water. He didn't suffer any damage at all. However, Yi Xian didn't have it easy either. Using the heavenly calamity transformation consumed a lot of his cultivation. Moreover, he didn't retreat this time. Instead, he wanted to enter the chaotic eyes. This was simply putting his life on the line. Therefore, he had to tread on thin ice. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, he would very likely die in the chaotic eyes. Whoosh! Yi Xian rose against the heavens and gradually approached the pair of chaotic eyes. His hands weren't idle either. He stuffed a large number of pills and spiritual items into his mouth and chewed madly to make up for the loss of his cultivation. Yi Xian didn't have much. He had a large number of pills and sacred items in his Sumera space. These were all things he had plundered for many years. However, in order to break through to the immortal realm, he had used up 90% of them. At this moment, there was only 10% left in his Sumera space. This kind of consumption was still very painful for Yi Xian. However, as long as he could refine a pair of powerful Dharma eyes, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. After all, these pills and sacred items were just external objects. After he used them up, he could still snatch them back. However, this was the only chance to refine a pair of Dharma eyes. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Boom! Yi Xian narrowly avoided the bombardment of a terrifying gaze and finally arrived in front of the chaotic eyes. However, when Yi Xian arrived, his heart suddenly trembled and his back was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of eyes were these? They were indifferent, ruthless, contemptuous, and fierce. They were filled with an indescribable feeling that made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.